Keanu Van Velden, Radek Saganski, Dirk Coulthard, Graham Hall, Scott Taylor, Neil Dunn, Nathan Bartow,
Jack Drayton,
Chaz Barstow, Simon Stevenson, Jamoy Vanden Heren.
Derek Coulson is safely into Champions Night. The battle to join him starts now. Very good afternoon. Welcome back to Champions Week here at the Modus Super Series. DC is through to Champions Night, but there are still 5 more spots left to fill. Paul Nicholson is back for more today. And Nico, Group A, so many players taking points off each other. We could have a similar scenario here this afternoon with Group C.
100%. We've spoken off the air for the last couple of hours, and we don't have any confidence in picking 2 players from the 6. So the next couple of afternoons, we're going to get plenty of entertainment and a lot of jostling, I think.
So the final day of Group A yesterday was incident-packed to say the least. Here's a quick recap.
Could this eclipse it?
Oh,
Game
what?
shot.
Oh,
And the
no.
match, Chaz Barstow.
The 161 is on.
Ball. Oh,
Game
how
shot
about
on the
that
fourth
from
leg.
Graham Hall?
Graham
He is
Hall.
finding his best stuff now.
So whoever finishes bottom here today has a chance at history this week. Double 10.
Game
Okay,
shot on the
maybe
first
he
leg.
won't finish bottom.
Nathan Potter.
Or has it? Maybe not. Okay,
Game shot on the
so if
first
he's
leg.
not going to be a threat in
Simon
Group B, who
Stevenson.
is? You did the right thing.
Game shot.
The right
And
thing
the
was to
match,
win the
Jack
match as
Drayton.
well. It most
shot.
definitely is
And the
Derek
match,
Coulson in
Derek
Champions
Coulson.
Night.
It was a Group A that promised so much, but Paul, it delivered.
It certainly did. Standard-wise, it was excellent and off the charts at times, with even players who have come to Group C averaging over 110. So the fact that Derek Coulson has done enough to win another Group A in Champions Week, it just goes to show the consistency and the levels that he's attained are more than good enough to contend for a 5th Champions Night appearance. It's incredible what he's been doing here the last couple of years.
He'd done the hard work, didn't he, over the course of Monday and Tuesday, and he just about did enough on the Wednesday. The margin was only 2 points in the end, but Derek is so good at this format, and he was able to really enjoy the fruits of his labour yesterday.
That's the thing, Sam, because he is really good at this format. I think if you look at what he's been doing in the Challenge Tour, that's really good. And his knockout form is excellent. But as a round-robin player, I think you can't find anybody better in the world right now than him. It's as simple as that, because he's been so successful at it the last 24 months. He is going to contend on Saturday night, and his knockout form, which has been enhanced in 2026, it might just be the thing that gets him over the line.
Let's take a look then at the updated group breakdown. Now it is clear that we have our first man into Champions Night, DC, winning Group A. Later on this evening, Jamoy Vanden Heren joins the party along with Neil Duff and Keanu Van Velden. Jack Drayton and Simon Stevenson drop down from Group A. And look at this for a Group C. Former series champion Scott Taylor, Steve Green, who once again will go under the radar. He's not here to be a whipping boy by any stretch of the imagination. Radek Zaganski as well. His running average was good enough for a spot in Group A. Travel issues putting pay for that. They join Messrs Hall, Barstow and Nathan Potter, who finished bottom of Group A somehow.
Yeah, I don't think you would have found anybody in the world who would have thought that Nathan Potter would be in 6th position. But now that he is in Group C, he now has the urgency to try and get into Champions Night for the first time. He can create history this week as well because nobody has ever won a Champions Week after finishing 6th in Group A. So maybe that'll be the thing that spurts him on.
With Radek Zaganski, as I mentioned there about his running average from his winning week, does that sort of make him a favourite in a real trappy Group C?
Maybe in some eyes, but it's really tough to find a favourite. The one thing he did have in week 3 was that he had a bit of a running start going into Group B, which he played really, really well in. In Group A, he was very decent, making the top 3 on debut. But this time, he doesn't have that running start. He has to come in on Thursday afternoon, and he's got to get a really good start against a stacked field. It's going to be really tough for him.
It's going to be so tough trying to pick 2 from this field of 6 to qualify for Saturday. Let's take a bookmaker's view and see what the odds are. And Nathan Potter, bottom of Group A, yet favourite, 2-1 favourite for Group C. Graham Hall, who played some real nice stuff yesterday, 7-2 joint second favourite with Zaganski. But the eye is immediately drawn, Nico. Scott Taylor, former series champion, 10-1 outsider of 6.
He did a really good job in getting the weekly win. It was unexpected for Scott because he hasn't even been playing that much in 2026.
It was emotional for him as well. You had a great interview with him on stage.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get the insight of Scott. Sometimes he's a bit of a locked box, but if you know the right questions, you can understand what he's going through. After Q School, he was ready to quit, but he's decided to stick with it, and this place may have saved his career. But now that he's here, it'll be interesting to see what kind of prep he's had leading up to a possible second Champions Week win. It's going to be hard, but don't count him out.
Don't count him out. Right. Let's get this Group C underway, and it is the group favourite Nathan Potter that opens up the show for us this afternoon. He faces the former series champion, Scott Taylor.
For double 10. One on the outside. One further away, got to go in. He goes inside. Scott Taylor wins it 4-2. They have a handshake, but it's Taylor takes his 5th weekly win. It's Scott Taylor!
Here we go then. Group C favourite Nathan Potter, despite finishing bottom of Group A, where he was absolutely luckless over the course of both Tuesday and Wednesday. But credit to Potter, he has kept his spirits high, and there is good reason as to why he is the favourite for this group. It doesn't really get any easier for him in the shape of Scott Taylor. As we've mentioned so often already, former series champion here. Scott Taylor fancies this, and the fact that he is outsider of the field will spur him on even more, the Bolton man. But Nathan Potter, bookmakers suggesting he is in pole position. Another young gun here, making a name for himself at the Super Series. A change of referee for Groups C and B this Champions Week, and the man, the myth, the absolute legend that is Paul Hinks is the man in charge on stage for us. So calling this one home, it's back to Paul Nicholson, and it's a huge Champions Week welcome to Henry Deacon.
Thanks, Sam. Afternoon, everyone. And so we head towards the middle portion of Champions Week 13
First
here
leg, Scott to
at
throw
the
first.
Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Derek
on.
Coulson, the first player to book his place into Champions Night on Saturday, looking to win at a 6th attempt. If Scott Taylor was to be successful come the end of play on Saturday night, he'd become just the 2nd player to win this title on more than one occasion. He gets his Champions Week campaign off to a perfect start,
100.
taking on Nathan Potter, the man who finished bottom of Group A. Well, maybe there was 1 or 2 question marks about the way Scott Taylor's form was going into this Champions Week. However, Paul Nicholson, I don't think we need to
140.
answer those questions right now.
Not yet, anyway. This is a really good start from Scott. And this is almost a metaphorical punch in the face to Nathan Potter.
55.
Because Group C, the first time he's been in Group C in a Champions Week, of course. And he sees 5 treble 20s in the first 6 starts from his opponent.
65.
So welcome to this one. It's going to be good.
Well, Scott played at a local tournament last night. We'll tell you a little bit more about that in due course as he looks at 116 here after 9 to take out the opening leg on throw. And he's rather left Nathan Potter in a different stratosphere.
42.
This opening leg. Anyway, with that little bit of a slip, he's going to have time and space. But what he doesn't want to see is Nathan cracking a couple here, because he may just get the one dart at tops come the end of this 74 compo.
Got the car 74.
One dart it is.
36.
And more he will need. That is probably the worst dart he's thrown in this leg. The last thing he needs is to mess around on this 38 shot to allow Potter a chance to steal this first leg of the day.
Okay, show the first leg.
Goes straight for it, finds it, and Scott Taylor is on the board. And this is probably the last thing Nathan Potter wanted to see. He's not played poorly at all so far in this Champions League. Average of just under 91.5 over the course of 15 games. But he's seen opponents do better things than him on a more regular basis than not. He piles in his first maxi of the match. And that was probably the last thing you wanted to see, was Scott Taylor go crazy in that opening leg like he did.
Yeah, Nathan's had 13 180s over the last couple of days, which is very decent. He's most definitely warming up in that department. But when was the last time, legitimately, Henry, that you remember someone finishing bottom of Group A, averaging over 91? That, in itself, signifies how strong our first group of the week was.
It seldom happens. The last time I can remember a situation like it was when Darius Labanowski picked up the Champions League title. Granted, he didn't finish bottom, but he was having around about 93 and change. He was just not getting any joy until the latter end of the week. And that's the important thing, as Potter looks at a potential 11 dart riposte here. 12 and ball as a glance over at the scoreboard.
Bull it is. Bull he finds. We've given it the big build-up. 2 legs in. They're not disappointing.
Through first.
However, you're a man of patterns and trends, Nico, aren't you? And every single winner of a Champions Week in 2025 played in Group A, weren't successful in Group A, but then managed to win Group C and win the Champions Night as a result. It happened to Jensen Walker, it happened to Jess Smith, and it happened to one of Nathan's best mates in Charlie Manby last time out,
60.
who is watching today. Hope you're well, Charles.
Yeah, 2 of the last 3 champions on this stage came through Group C.
120.
And the vast majority do go through Group A. That's undeniable. The first person ever to win a Super Series title without using Group A was Jim McEwen in Series 5. He won Group C.
Which isn't a surprise, because when we get to Champions League, it's the 6 best players numerically going head-to-head in that particular group. So you would expect that particular cream to rise to the top. As for Scott Taylor, he won his week, but he was far from convincing in doing so. To kind of paraphrase what he was saying in his own words that week, he felt he's playing rubbish, but just winning games.
I get the feeling that maybe Rhys Robinson is watching this thinking, that should be me.
127.
But unfortunately, in the final, Scott Taylor was just a little bit strong in the final department and was able to get
97.
through.
So right saying that, but if you average 75 in a final, then you don't really deserve anything at this level.
Case in point.
93.
Good recovery from Scott.
104.
He could find himself 2-1 down after taking the first leg of the contest. Now he gets his opening to
39.
take that lead once again.
He's
got to protect his throw very well today if he wants to get off to a strong start.
Double top it is. To re-establish the lead. Tidy contest this so far. And Scott Taylor has a 2-1 lead in it.
I'll tell you what, Henry, you look at Taylor's behaviour. Some people think he's hard to read. I don't think he is. Spend enough time with him, watch enough darts that he plays. Anger is his friend.
59.
He's been staring a hole through that dartboard for the last 6 minutes flat. That includes the practice darts. He's in a mean mood.
And the thing with Scott Taylor, he simplifies the
85.
game down to an absolute T. Is sometimes we can accuse Connor Scott of being an overthinker. Scott Taylor's the absolute antidote to that. Did play in a
100.
local competition last night in and around the Portsmouth area and actually beat somebody we're going to see in our next game in Steve Green in the final of that. Went through both
31.
Simon and Mason Whitlock to win that tournament as well.
I think that was a very wise move to play at the Phoenix Club last night in Waterlooville because it's a perfect tune-up.
140.
It means you don't come into the day cold. You come in warmed up and you've been in seriously testing conditions. That Wednesday night action they have in Waterlooville is seriously competitive with some world-class players.
85.
So the fact that he's won that, I'm not sure the odds compilers will like that result.
And more than anything, he looked really relaxed, did
60.
Scott as well, was in fine form. And I think he's just at a point where I think he's just going to go out there and enjoy this week. As you mentioned at the beginning of the year, he was at a bit of a crossroads as to where darts was for himself. But I think he's got to that point of he's just going to go out there and enjoy it. And if he enjoys it and he flows, we know how well he can throw. As Potter looks at 142 for 2-2.
94.
Said this on many
Got the
occasions
car
when Taylor's on
120.
120. He's better off missing the 60 on dart 1. Because if he misses it high,
44.
then his
There's the
black
car,
flights are
48.
not covering the top's bed.
Getting shot on the 4
Very
flag,
good
Nathan
first game,
Potter.
this. Really, really competitive. Both averaging over 93.
Fifth leg Scott to through first. Game on.
It's the Champions Week standard that we come to expect. Average is very good. The doubling delightful as well. Only one missed double between the pairs so far in the opening
60.
4 legs of this contest.
Well, we shouldn't be surprised by that, Mr. Deacon, because let's face it, yesterday we had 12 legs in a row hit. 12. Without a
100.
missed dart, a double. We were at the point of saying, maybe they're not going to miss ever again. It was ridiculous.
Have we put these lot for the double in, double out in July?
59.
You know that's not our job. If it was Daffy Duck versus Sylvester on this, we'd still call it.
131.
That was a bit like mine and Sam Mulliner's game at that said local tournament last night.
I have no comment.
Nor do I, really. Less said, the better, anyway. Potter's
96.
beginning to make a bit of a move here on the Taylor throw. Could be a pivotal few moments coming up here in this contest. Ton needs him on a finish after 9. And Ton's the best he's going to get.
100.
Tell you what's another good sign for the English players in this group. England has dominated Group C in getting to Champions Night since the start. 16 times
45.
an English player has
Near the
qualified
car,
for Champions Night
170.
through Group C. The next best is the Netherlands at 3.
75.
Which perhaps isn't too big a surprise when you consider they are the 2 heavyweight nations in the sport.
And you might think not many nations may have taken part in Group C, but think about it this way. Canada, Sweden,
100.
Scotland,
Nathan Clark,
Ireland,
95.
Poland. It's been cosmopolitan over the years, but the English have dominated it.
I'll put it this way, there's not many trophies where you've got the
55.
nations
Got the car,
England, Canada,
141.
Lithuania and Sweden on it.
Eurovision?
Well, the winner on Saturday will be cracking open the Bucks Fizz, that's for
84.
sure.
Nathan Clark, 40.
Yes, I'm pulling your leg because I know you said Canada. Nathan is pulling something else.
Getting shot on the 5th leg.
He's
Nathan Potter.
pulling punches and he's landing as well. That is
Six
a
leg
break
Nathan
of
to throw
throw,
first.
and Taylor for the
Game
first
on.
time is behind.
One thing we know about Potter is one of his key strengths is his perseverance. His temperament is absolutely spot on.
100 on it.
And now he's just beginning to break the back of Scott Taylor somewhat.
He looks a little bit more focused than he was yesterday. I think yesterday was tough for him because he knew he wasn't going to win the group.
45.
And this coming from a player that was 14 from 15 in his Group A when he won his week. He almost did what we think is impossible. He nearly had the 15 out of 15, which has never happened
100.
before. But he's switched back on today. And history could be his
85.
in the next 3 days because nobody has ever won Champions Week after finishing 6th in Group A.
100.
And I just get the sense he's going to be one of those players. You better enjoy him whilst we have him here, because I don't expect to see Nathan Potter in this building come 2027. Looks like he's on a
58.
one-way
Nathan
road
Carr,
to the
121.
tour come next year. And he looks like he's on a one-way road in terms of winning this contest. 25 first with Taylor all the way back in the 300s. And all the time he wants to seal
105.
this game. He got the break in the previous leg, and he's gone about this leg on throw perfectly on a double after 12.
Yeah, he's definitely pounced, hasn't he? Taylor had a slightly quiet period about 2 or
100.
3 minutes ago, and Potter's had it
Carr,
all his own
16.
way.
To strike the first blow. And to get the first point to this Group C. Nathan
shot on the match,
Potter
Nathan
is on
Potter.
the boards, and the man who finished bottom of Group A, and yes, I know it's only the first game of Group C, but you can at least see his name at the top of the pile. It's a really good performance. The doubling nigh on perfect, 4th and 6th, average at 95, a really good contest. He got the break in the 5th, and there was no way back for Scott Taylor from there. Coming up next, Steve Green takes on Chaz Barstow. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow!
Steve, you require 51.
Double 16 is found. More emotion on the stage there from Steve Green. He defies the odds to win early 6-2-13.
The week one winner in Series 13 is Steve Green!
An emotional success all the way back to the opening week of Series 13. Steve Green has had a long time to wait for his Champions Week appearance, but here he is, looking very fetching in an absolutely iconic shirt. He faces Chaz Barstow, who gave us a little bit of everything in Group A earlier this week, from the sublime to the ridiculous. Barstow now allowed to ply his trade in Group C, which, according to you, Paul Nicholson, is to his detriment.
Yeah, we believe that Chaz is slightly better when the sun goes down. And he has been here before, twice. And he's failed to make the Champions Night. So something's got to give over the next couple of days for Chaz to get that bow into the final night of the series, to have the chance of the jackpot. But I firmly believe that he played his best Group A campaign compared to the other two. I think he looked dangerous. He was especially good against Derek Coulson the first couple of days. But this is his first test. 44-year-old from Anglesey who lives in the northwest of England. And the shirt, don't know. I don't know where to go with it.
We'll have one on order by the end of today. Tough act to follow after our opening match of today. Nathan Potter bouncing back from his Group A exploits in real fine order over Scott Taylor. Nathan Potter was impressive. And it was pretty heavy going for Nathan in Group A. Would have been very easy for him to get a little bit down in the dumps, but he didn't. Not at any stage. And he's shown his class in the early stages today. Who will join him with an early win? Steve Green will have the darts.
First leg, Steve to throw first. Game on.
Take it from someone who knows, Sam. If negative emotion takes over, the only person who's going to lose out is you. So if you can manage to conquer that first,
100.
it's a good start. The one thing about Chaz that everybody knows, he's just very laid back. Yes, he hasn't come through Group A again.
96.
But he may just fancy this over the next couple of days. It's a very tough group.
It's an exceptionally tough group.
100.
There's an argument to be made that this is the toughest Group C ever seen.
Without recency bias, I've looked through every Group C that we've had in Champions Weeks over the last couple of hours. This really does stick out. I've had some big names in Group Cs over the years. For instance, in Series 7, when Andreas Harrison had a torrid time of it in Group A, we thought it's not going to be his week. He bounced back perfectly in Group C and won the series.
104.
Yeah, history tells us that these next two afternoons, it's highly likely we are going to see the eventual champion.
4 times the winner of Group C has won the title. Nobody's ever won it after qualifying through second position, though. So that's a big indicator. And 2 of the last 3, Charlie Manby and Jensen Walker, both came through this
59.
group.
Steve
And coincidentally,
116.
they came through 5th in Group A, which is exactly where Barstow was.
Green just looking to sit that one on top. He did, but it didn't quite hit the
45.
target.
Chaz 108.
Now an early chance for Chaz.
He can't get the treble 18. The reason for that is because it was a hard dart. He could only see about half of it.
82.
Times like that, you've just got to be a bit more
71.
diverse in how you finish a leg off. You don't have to go route one.
That was lovely. And
Getting shot
so
the first leg,
was
Steve
that.
Green.
Steve Green might not be the most fashionable
chance to
name.
through
It might
first.
not be the most
Game on.
fashionable shirt. But he has a fantastic attitude coming in to these next few days. He's not here to be a whipping boy. He's here to enjoy the experience, and he has
140.
his eyes firmly set on Saturday night.
He's not under any pressure. We've been talking about Drayton and Coulson and Potter for the last few days. Green has just been a name
45.
on the C list. So he can enjoy this experience. The only time I think he would be under any
85.
pressure is if he makes the semis on Saturday night. Because then things will really ramp up. He won week one.
100.
Everybody says this in Champions Week. If you win week one, you've got the longest time to wait. But there's enough activity in the ADC these days and in his area of England where he lives,
100.
where he can stay so active, he's got no excuses coming into this 12 weeks later.
No, none at all. And he wouldn't give you any.
140.
He almost gave us a max.
A week one winner has won the title before, Jeff Smith. It was in the middle of last year.
100.
He had the long route from New Brunswick, Canada. He had the long wait between week 1 and week 13. It didn't stop him. This is really good from Steve. Really good.
180 to the car 76.
And now there's real pressure on this 76. Great dart.
66.
Almost got himself out of
Supercar
jail.
36.
Now Green has put himself in a fantastic position here.
Getting
He's
shot on the
converted
second
it
leg,
as
Steve
well.
Green.
This is proper darts from Steve Green.
Isn't it just?
Third leg, Steve
100
to throw
average after a
first.
couple of
Game
legs. Messages are being sent by the players to their competitors early on. The doubling so far today, my word, we've only had 2
100.
darts missed. 3 attempts for Taylor, 2 hits. 6 attempts for Nathan Potter, 4 hits.
134.
In total, that is now 8 hits from 13.
$131.
Flashbacks to yesterday where we had 2 matches in a row where not one dart was missed at double.
I can't ever remember seeing that
60.
before. It's so easy for us to say that the best week of the series, from a standard perspective, is going to be Champions Week, but this one is living up to the hype.
100.
Doubles were nearly 38% for Group A. That's high. 91.5 average for the group. That's
Supercar
very high.
170.
The only thing that was a little bit disappointing was the total of 180s. I thought they'd be close to 150. It was only 95.
42.
Only, he says.
$100.
Just a level
Supercar
ton for Barstow, and
128.
Green once again putting himself into a great position. Over to 20s. Oh, just tucks it in the bottom corner. Even Green wasn't convinced it was in.
Neither was Barstow.
103.
That's definitely not in.
147.
But it's another big ask for Chaz. You don't expect Steve to miss the
97.
25.
Supercar 25.
Can he pull off the Johnny Clayton act of taking it in 2?
Getting shot on the
Routine.
third leg, Steve Green.
We knew that the players
Fourth leg chance to
coming
throw
into
first.
Group
Game
C
on.
and B will have a job on their hands to match the standard of the players dropping down from Group A. They're doing it.
If you've got the gift of time
85.
and you've got this to look forward to, surely you're going to be working hard in the 2 or 3 weeks leading up to it to make sure
40.
that there's no stone unturned. Make sure you're using the right kit. Make sure your mind is right. Make sure you're well practiced. Steve's
60.
had time on his side. He's had time to get new dart shirts made. He's had time to make sure he's got the right flights in. The barrels are done as well. The barrels look the same as the last time, but the flights are different. They're molded.
100.
Every time he's been here before, he's used foldable flights, but this change, it's working so far.
Bartow looking for a maximum.
180.
And the iconic Hinks Roar confirms these next couple of days, arguably the biggest of Steve Green's career.
Yeah, he's playing for the biggest check of his
100.
career. ×5. We do get that very often these days with ADC qualifiers. The biggest check of their career is
100.
what they win on the Saturday night. And then they have a chance to times it by 5 by winning the Champions Week. Chaz has now got the most 180s of the week. He was
100.
tied with Coulson on
Zaganski,
21,
76.
leading up to that first one in this leg. Has he got his first double?
60.
Not yet.
Steve Carr 161.
We have seen this shot this week.
Haven't we just? We may yet see it again. Maybe later on.
137.
We saw it twice yesterday
Carr
from
16.
Nathan Potter and one from Graham Hall. That was perilous.
Game
And
shot
that
on the
one
fourth leg,
is successful.
Bartow.
So he's still in this game. But Green is the better
Bit
player.
like Steve to through first.
And he's going to have
Game
2
on.
chances to serve it out.
Both players comfortably in the 90s.
55.
Barstow, as you mentioned, Nico, not in short supply of maximums.
121.
When you look at his barrels, they're quite stumpy and quite bulbous. They're not that conducive to big maximum hitting, but the way he throws them,
140.
pacey, upright. Sometimes those darts don't have a choice. They're going exactly where he puts them.
93.
With his numbers this week, it's incredible that he finished 5th. Over a 91 average for 15 games, 21 maximums, 5 ton plus checkouts. Doubles were just under
112.
40%. They are very good numbers.
You say that about Chaz Barstow. You say the same about Nathan Potter. You can say the
95.
same about Graham Hall, Jack Drayton. Simon Stevenson arguably did enough to win a Group A on a normal week.
Correct.
This week is not normal.
44.
Yeah, but Derek Coulson's a different animal. He's a Group A maestro.
And yet there are question marks
134.
surrounding
Supercar 150.
DC come Champions Night.
Barstow might be getting back into this. He is very streaky.
100.
And if he can
Supercar
find a good
58.
streak here, who knows? Oh, I don't think he
38.
could miss that, though.
Supercar 50.
Not the way that Green's been doubling.
Fine margins. And now Green has a chance to take his opening match of Champions Week.
Game shot on the match. Steve
Solid as a rock. And it might only be an early win, but it means a lot to Green. Getting his campaign off to a winning start, putting him in real good stead for what is yet to come. A real polished display, in particular on the outer ring. Green, 93 average, just shy of what Barstow produced, but it was the doubling that was the difference.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow!
Will Poland get more history?
Saganski, cometh the moment, cometh the hour. Radek Zaganski is your week 3 of Series 13 champion.
The stage is yours because the week 3 winner is Poland's Radek Saganski!
Radek Zaganski putting in one of the finest weeks in this Series 13. Only because of travel issues as to why he finds himself in Group C. He faces Graham Hall, who was in seriously fine fettle yesterday. Started the day bottom of the pile and really did threaten to make a charge into a potential Group B spot for Zaganski, 46-year-old now residing in Cork in Ireland, facing a 36-year-old Englishman. Week 5 winner Graham Hall. I suppose just to demonstrate the quality of this Champions Week, Henry Deacon, you have to look at the names who aren't here. The runners-up in these series would be worthy of a Champions Week in their own right.
Yeah, hello Sam, nice to see you once again. But yeah, you look at the quality of the players that have beaten in some of the finals. As you say, it could be a Champions League of his own. The likes of Henry Coates being beaten in finals. The likes of Carl Wilson, who lost out to Radic, as we saw in that VT there. Tommy Myers, who's had a good year on the Challenge Tour. The likes of Jamie Lewis, Richie Howson, Ben Robb. You can go on and on and on. But that just goes to show nowadays the strength in depth that the Super Series has. And the fact this is a Group C match in Champions League kind of tells you where this project's progressed from Dart 1 in September 2022 to the point in which you're at now.
With that high weekly average, Zaganski may as well feel like he himself has a bit of a target on his back. He can't afford a slow start. Look at what we've had already today. Brilliant displays from Nathan Potter and Steve Green. And Chaz Barstow and Scott Taylor, despite losing, didn't exactly play badly.
However, Radic's one of those players that will kind of take care of himself. He'll have a little look around what's happening in and around him, but he won't get too perturbed by it. I just get the sense he's somebody that's just so laser-like, so focused on his own game that he'll just look after himself, and anything else that comes as a byproduct of that will come as a byproduct, and so be it. As for Graham Hall, actually, if you look at the players in Group A, he was actually the poorest performer of the six in terms of his numbers. Average of 88.84, the only player to average underneath the 90 mark in that group. And had the worst doubling stats of anybody. So if anybody from that group could be a little bit vulnerable, it could be this man here. But he's finding an early break of throw. He's unable to get the treble 17, which would have given him a dart of 32.
67.
Well, there's no vulnerability about Graham Hall yesterday, putting in the best display we've seen this week so far, an average in excess of 110.
40. Glenn Carr, 36.
Firing in a 161 for good measure, and he is perfectly placed for an early break of throw in just 14 darts.
I don't know about you, Sam, but we've got enough evidence, having done this for long enough now, to kind of establish players that have found their level at this level, and I feel like Graham Hall's one of them. He had a fantastic 2022 here, then went on tour. He was competitive, but I think he'll be the first to admit that keeping a tour card, particularly after year one, didn't look likely. Has come back down to this level. Took him a couple of months to find his feet again, but once he has, he's won on the ADC tour. He's won a weekie, won the Tour Championship in October as well. I just get the sense that he's the type of player that you put him in this arena amongst the pool of players that we see here. He's always going to be sniffing there or thereabouts in terms of winning stuff.
38.
Zaganski just taking his time just to settle into the task in hand, but the thing is, as we've already mentioned, in a Champions Week such as this, and a Group C such as this, one thing you don't have is time.
Well, Matthew Egger has a rule of 3, doesn't he? If you lose 3 matches, then you shouldn't expect to go through in this particular
59.
scenario. And when you add in the calibre of players in this group, that probably amplifies a little bit more. But Graham Hall here looking for a 2-0 lead. And at this present moment in time, these two are poles apart, pardon the pun. Graham Hall averaging 111 on the nose, and Radek Saganski less than 70.
140. Glenn McCarr, 40.
Well, he's mugged you off there, because he's now mid-70s. But nevertheless, it's too little, too late. And he finds himself 2-0 down to an inspired Graham Hall.
This is a really, really good start. As you say, he had the highest average of Group A with that 110.37. We know he has those purple patches, but if he's going to be successful, particularly in this Group C where there's so little margin for error, he's going to have to find decent stuff on a more consistent basis. It cannot be too high or too low. He's going to have to find something you feel a little bit more streamlined.
100.
Looking at the Challenge Tour order of merit, Zaganski
60.
Currently ahead to that of Graham. Zaganski up into 20th, which may not sound all that, but 20th in the Challenge Tour order of merit is very, very good indeed.
It is, because winning one of those events or doing well in one of those events is an absolute minefield, the Challenge Tour, particularly when you've got to play 2 events in one day. A lot of them in excess of 300 entries. To make any kind of inroads there, you have to be a top quality operator, and that is exactly what Radek is. Did make it through to a final in Challenge Tour 10. Actually lost out in the final to Nathan Potter
100.
by 5 legs to 1. Beat Harry Ward 5-4 in the quarters before a 5-0 win over Danny Goddard in the semis before being succumbed by Nathan, who, in fairness, averaged in excess of 101 in that game.
54.
Look at those rankings as well. When you see someone like Jamai van den Herrik down in 43rd, who is back up later on tonight in Group B,
140.
just goes
Good
to show just how
164.
condensed it is in that order of merit.
And sometimes the Challenge Tour, you can see a lot of players in full positions. There's an open draw bracket as well, so you don't know who you're going to get from
Radek Ricard,
one tournament to the next. I look at Bradley Brooks, for example, finished outside the top 50 of the Challenge Tournament when he dropped off tour, got to the quarterfinals of the Global Championship, and then got his tour card rather
58.
convincingly as Saganski
Ricard,
misses the ball
118.
there on the back of the 83. So Hall here for the double break and a 3-0 lead, looking at 118.
Treble and single, made to look easy.
78. Radek
Just copped a
Ricard,
fly up
25.
with the effort at double and Zaganski. This has to go for a way back into this match. Double 4, wayward.
No score. Glenn
But
Ricard,
truth be
40.
told, it never looked likely. And so this for the double break. And for Graham Hall, an opportunity to serve the match out to nil if he can get this tops. 2 10s. One left.
Getting
For
shot
the
on
double
third
5
leg, Graham
found.
Hall.
And Graham Hall has a 3-0 lead. Double break accrued. And now with the darts to wrap it up
Fourth
to
leg,
nil.
Graham to throw
And I know it's
first.
only the first game of this group, but we don't know how important legs difference
Game
could
on.
be come the end of it. Graham Hall could get out to a 4-0 start, not just as he got the opening points on the board, but he's already given himself a healthy start in terms of his legs difference.
Yeah,
100.
good point, well made. We see it so often, don't we? In particular in the Group C, it might come down to leg
100.
difference. It might even come down to legs 1. And in this format, if you are going to lose, which inevitably you will at some point, you have to lose by a narrow
99.
margin.
And Graham Hall knows already about that this week because he missed out on Group B by just 2 legs on legs difference and Jack Drayton. Both
100.
players finished on 14 points. Drayton -2, Hall -4 in that particular department. See Jack tonight alongside Simon Stevenson in Group B, alongside Neil Duff,
98.
Jamai van den Herrik and Keanu van Velzen. 10 o'clock here on Pluto TV in the United Kingdom.
140.
I wonder whether there is anyone who wants this more than Neil Duff.
Well, if he wins this, he becomes the second player to complete the set, winning a weekly title, Specials Week title, and a Champions Week. Only Andreas Harrison
44.
has ever done that before.
161.
Saganski just looking to get on the board in this game. And he's looking at the 161 to do exactly that, but treble 17 meant the
97.
shots off the
Ready to
cards,
call
and this to win the match
160.
for Zip.
Now just has to set it up, apply a bit of pressure.
45.
Zaganski
64.
feel like he has a bit of time for the first time in this match.
Getting shot
And
on the fourth
finally,
leg, Radek
he's off the
Zaganski.
mark.
And Graham's got to be a little bit careful here. I
Fifth
know
leg,
he's got a
Radek
little
to
bit of
first.
leeway in
Game
terms of the cushion of lead he has, but he's just dropping off a little bit as Radek's just beginning to improve a little bit.
140.
A little bit more now. Giving your opponent a 3-leg head start isn't exactly ideal.
100.
But Zaganski seems to have arrived now.
And look, if you don't hit that winning double, you always give your opponent a chance.
140.
It's almost like you're
121.
speaking from recent experience.
Please, I don't want to go there.
You brought it up. More on that
100.
later.
No, there's not. Well, Saganski leaving himself a 1-2-1 after just 3 visits to the board here in this 5th leg. And as I said, Saganski's just beginning to improve. As Graham Hall's just beginning to tail off a little. This game could be met in the middle in a few moments' time. He's got 6 here from the 1-2-1, so that straight into the 5 isn't disastrous 45. As long as he can recover. But even still, he's left himself on 76. If it's 6 in hand, may only get one double here.
$100. Right at the car,
yeah,
76.
He wanted more. That was the minimum expectation from Hall. And Zaganski is in business now.
Radek Zaganski.
He's worked his way back into this match superbly.
Graham to throw first.
And he's now only trailing by 1.
Game on.
30 darts to get himself back into the contest. And for the second time, Graham Hall throwing to win the match, but under a lot more pressure than the first. And this time, with his back rather
96.
against the wall. Big last dart there. Forcing Saganski into a 2 triple turn, you feel, against the throat.
60.
Just noticeable there, he just took that
81.
extra bit of time on approach there, did Hall. This may have got a little bit too comfortable with his 3-0 advantage, which has been slowly but surely whittled away and is in danger, at real risk of becoming embroiled with Radek Zaganski.
And this is the thing with the best of 7 format. There's no margin of lead where you can feel truly safe. Even when you free up, as you can see, Saganski are holding a break, and all of a sudden Graham Hall's in a few knots, but a decent leg here, 6 on 184 to get over the line 4-2 and to get himself off and running in Group C at Champions Week.
100.
Again, he wanted more than just a level ton. Again, he's just
100.
recalibrated at the correct moment here, Hall. 6 minimum for 84. Doesn't have to entertain a shot at the ball. It's straight to double 8 and straight into double 8. And Graham Hall kicks off his Group C campaign with a resounding 4-2 win from a slow to start Saganski. That makes 2 out of 3 from the players from Group A getting opening successes, a wide margin in the averages, but all that matters is the 2 points for Graham Hall. Champions Week here at the Modus Super Series. We are well underway in Group C. Early wins for these two, Nathan Potter and Steve Green, but one of them is going to taste defeat for the first time in this group. Back to the commentary box with Nico and Henners.
Cheers, Sam. Yeah, both players really impressive in their opening games, particularly on their finishing, both 4 from 6 in getting over the line. Nathan Potter 4-2 against Scott Taylor. Steve Green 4-1 against Chaz Bartow. And so the winner of this will be the first player to 4 points in this Group C. And for Steve Green, I think he's a player that, because we don't see him so much elsewhere, will forever go under the radar, because the only relevant form that we're ever going to get of him is when he plays in this arena.
I think that's a very fair statement. But haven't you said in the past that various players, the earmark of this place as the main thing they do? Scott Taylor's like that now. It didn't used to be the case. But the element of choice in darts now has never been a hotter topic, because people can look at the WDF circuit and say, that's going to be my goal this year. The Challenge Tour, that's going to be my goal this year. There are people who do a little bit of everything, but there are genuinely people out there, like Steve Green, who have now earmarked the Modus Super Series as the main thing for them.
And that's what the system can do. Qualify for your vault, win your qualifier, play here, play well, you can get to a Champions Week. And this really is his World Championship to a certain extent. Although the irony is, if he wins this week, then he'll get to play in the Global Championship in November.
Yeah, and a lot of other stuff as well, because he'll get invites back here.
180.
I was looking at some of the results recently from Modus Super Series qualifiers, and one that really piqued my interest was one that took place in the east of England. And that was James Hubbard losing out to Sean Fox.
21.
Sean Fox is going to be here. He's proper.
Played well at the UK Open last year as Potter looks at the 1-2-1 and able to get, but it's got
65.
Plenty of time on side. When we talk about players that could appear in things at the end of the year, Nathan Potter's got half a chance of appearing at the Ali Pali, whether that be for the Challenge Tour, Development Tour. He's got a foot dabbled in both oceans right now.
Nether car 56.
It's a good effort, that, isn't it? Having 1 foot in 2 oceans. I'll come back to that. Tops.
36.
He will return. Now, you can actually do that, you know.
Can you?
Yes, you can. In South Africa, where the Atlantic Ocean meets the Indian Ocean. There is a point where you can have your feet in 2 oceans.
See, I knew exactly what I was talking about. Steve Green piles in a max to leave himself on double 6. The Potter here, look at it, 2 10s. Well, now it gets awkward. Double 2. Well, he managed to bail himself out of a bit of bother there.
First 2 darts were awful.
Second leg Steve to throw.
I don't often say something so callous, but look at him. He agrees. The third one, pretty good.
But that's all it had to be.
140.
I think Steve is going to be a rather tough nut to crack over the next couple of afternoons. I'm speaking to some of our backroom staff in the break.
100.
And a very interesting one came out from that discussion. After Potter finished in 6th position in Group A, we can tell you that
55.
only 2 other players in Modus Super Series history have actually made the Champions Night from finishing in A6. Lee Evans, Series 1, and Sebastian Białowski in Series 5. So it doesn't happen very often at all.
Sebastian Białowski looks like he's set for a debut in Blackpool later this year at the World Match Play.
He's done well, hasn't he?
Very well.
Very happy for Sebastian. He's a good kid.
177.
Because he's still a kid.
He's only 22, but he's been around forever. I think 4 years ago he got to the semis of the UK Open.
140. Steve Leclerc, 129.
First person to beat Luke Littler on a Saturday night here. The only one, wasn't he?
Yeah. Well, Green unable to take out the 1-2-9, but he's got time and space to do exactly that. Sets things up rather nicely to leave himself on 36 after 12.
60.
This has been a
Steve
good last 6 darts from Green. The 177, the setup to leave 36. The kill? I don't know about that. He was looking at the monitor whilst in rhythm. Never a big fan of that. If you're going to look at the monitor because you're not sure, step back. Don't do it whilst aiming.
Are we able to put that down to maybe a little bit of inexperience from his end?
Maybe.
95.
It's just
Steve
part of the way he plays potentially, but don't be distracted. Know what you've got and hit it.
5. Native car 65.
Now there's trouble. Don't hit the bull. Okay. He's got one.
Well, that is an absolute pinch from Potter. He was completely out of that leg. Before Steve Green had a little bit of a mess around on the outer ring. Potter 2 up. He gets the break.
Did you see what I just saw there? See Nathan Potter going back to the table.
100.
I haven't seen that this week because maybe I've been paying attention to what he's doing at the board a bit more. But when he won that second leg, he went back to the table and he just tapped the towel.
100.
I wonder if he's created this process of when a leg is finished, of going back to the table, come what may, and just
100.
Pressing an imaginary reset button. This is big in sport, especially in stationary sports like golf, cricket, and darts. People tend to press the reset button
85.
after an over, a delivery, a leg, a shot. It's a way of feeling comfortable in pressure circumstances.
100.
Dare we talk about some of the things Rafael Nadal did before serve?
Bounce it about 15 times, comb his hair back, check his watch.
So much so, his water bottles had to be
140.
exactly in line with one another.
Happens in every sport. Gets he prices like that. He's got OCD on the stage. Everything has got its place.
96.
It's a little bit more difficult when there was only one table.
I bet you hated them days.
I despised them. I
136.
don't think Steve
There's a
despises
105.
that 136. But he could hit this. Small miss. Big opportunity now.
80. Steve car 40.
5 missed darts that are doubled already in this game. He cannot afford any more. But he can afford one more as long as he hits the 10s or 5s. But he's going to hit it straight away there. 14 dart break back. And the game returns to throw at 2-1.
Game on.
Steve is averaging a 93.5 for the day. That's going to take him far if he can keep that going.
Effectively, you're going to have to hold him 15 against this guy and break in 12. That's pretty much going to have to be the formula to get the better of
91.
him if he's going to carry on in this vein of form throughout the duration of today's play.
Well, Henry, you've been here since the start, and you know how difficult Group C is to get through in Champions Week.
85.
But just to give our viewers on Pluto TV and around the world an idea as to what they have to do over the next couple of days, based on history. If you get 10 points in this group, you're not going to qualify. 10 points is 5 wins and 5 losses. History tells us that you need at least 12 points to get second position, and you need at least 14 points to get top spot. So you have to win more games than you lose.
As I was mentioning with Sam in the previous game, Matthew Edgar has a rule of 3. You lose 3 games, then
140.
you're pretty much behind the 8 ball, looking for snookers to qualify through for Champions Night.
60. Steve car 90.
He doesn't have to go for the bull with the last start, but he could go for the bull first start if he so wishes. I actually really like this play. It's simple. He's got a huge lead.
50.
Why make it complicated? 3 singles to leave a double, that is more than competent. You don't have to take it out there.
And also, for someone like Steve Green, with the greatest respect, not the
140.
greatest count in the world, when you're in those
40.
situations, just simplify it. And that's exactly what he's done on a double after a dozen to level up at 2-2. Trailed this game 2-zip. And now he's back on terms with back-to-back 14 dart legs.
Yeah, we've seen that recently from Dirk van Dijvenbode, who I think is a darting genius. His ability to look at what he's called probabilities and what is the right shot based on the number
85.
his opponent's on, I think he's the best in the world. I really do. But I think Steve got that perfect.
134.
And we do read more into these situations now than we ever have because we've got more darts to call. And we've got more people to critique. So we do wonder what they're going to do in certain situations.
60.
And we learn about them daily.
Well, let's put it this way, Nico. We've spoken about the impact of the likes of Luke Littler, the likes of Charlie Manby, the likes of Andreas Harrison, et al. When they've won this competition.
60.
But if Steve Green was to pick up the 25 grand come the end of this week, in terms of the story that we like to tell here at the Super Series, in terms of journeys, in terms of
100.
pathways, a guy who 6 months ago, with the greatest of respect we'd never heard of, came through an ADC qualifier, would then come to win the big jackpot. That's as incredible a story as perhaps we would have ever seen here.
131.
From a domestic standpoint, 100%. I think it would be eclipsing what Marvin van Velsen did in Series 8. Because the first time he came here, he
60.
was bang average. By the time he won the trophy, he was excellent. The upturn in form that we saw from Marvin was inspirational for everybody in the ADC system.
$100.
He's not here anymore. He's on the tour. He might not be having the best of times with it. But seriously, what he did here was inspirational for many people.
Well, he might be here. We just don't know if he's staying in a hotel in
45.
Portsmouth or not.
Steve Ducar,
I'd be
76.
amazed if he's not in town because his brother's playing tonight.
Well, from 2-0 behind, Steve Green has an opportunity to lead this game for the first time. And if he does so, has the darts to win the match.
36.
Tops just goes high, but
Ducar,
Potter
151.
needs to be pinpoint perfect here.
Green's average has gone up since the last time we mentioned it, and Potter's has gone down. It seems
60.
like there's a tectonic
Ducar,
plate
40.
shifting in this game in favour of the man in that shirt. By the way, it's just going to be that shirt now.
That is incredibly awkward.
No score.
As you could see with
Ducar,
Exhibit A there.
91.
And so Potter has a chance to re-establish the advantage again.
Well, if that was Exhibit A, this is Exhibit B.
Getting shown the fifth leg. Nathan
Another
Potter.
steal, and he's 3-2 up. Green will be shaking his head and he'll be writhing
Six leg
inside,
Steve to
thinking,
throw
how on
first.
earth has this
Game
happened?
on.
Forget Potter, he's the pincher so far in this game. A couple of legs he should never have won, he has. And he has a 3-2 lead. One away from a second consecutive win
93.
at the beginning of this group.
We can show you a stat, in fact, as to why this has been the case. Potter is 3 out of 6 on the doubles. Steve Green is not
60.
that accurate. 2 from 13.
So what you can say is Nathan is a Potter and Steve Green is a Notter. Although it is quite appropriate when you consider the World
134.
Snooker Championship gets underway at the Crucible on Saturday that we've got Potter Green.
Well, no, this is a 3-point game, isn't it? And this is not basketball. This is snooker. Potter Green.
140.
It's exactly what you say. We could put a lot of colourful names with Nathan Potter and call it a 4-point game. You could put him up
96.
against Steve Brown. I don't know anybody called
100.
Yellow. You could put him up against Justin Pipe because his nickname was Blue.
Yeah, that'd be a 5-point game. We won't want to put him up against Ian White because that'd be a
96.
foul.
I used to be in an orchestra with a girl called Stephanie Pink.
One of them, 40.
Genuinely.
Steve car 82.
Well, this game surely is going to have another leg. Steve, we want to see another leg. Take us there.
Getting shown the 6
There you
leg,
go.
Steve
That's a
Green.
really good find considering how many darts he's missed at tops in the previous leg.
So the final
When
leg,
it's been
Nathan
going,
Defoe
it's been good
first.
for
Game
Green.
on.
14, 14, 15. The darts needed to win legs in this contest. Potter with the darts in hand in this decider.
100.
The final frame of this fourth game of the afternoon session.
Look at those winning legs from Green, though. I don't think there's any doubt in anybody's mind, including Steve's,
60.
that he's come here sharp.
And let's get this right, Nico. The numbers he's punching in so far are of world-class proportions. 93.04 on the first
60.
game, 4 from 6 on the doubles. As you saw, the legs won there. When he's getting it right, he's getting it right to some tune.
Isn't he just? This is way better than the groups he was playing earlier in the series.
One of them, 40.
We're talking about one of only 2 players out of the 12 that are playing this week that didn't win a group en route to
81.
winning their week. He didn't even win his group, but he made it to Saturday and he won the Saturday. Scott Taylor is the other one. He was second in Group B. Green in week 1 was second in Group C.
55.
He was pretty ordinary at times, but he found enough to get second position. And he saved his best darts for Saturday.
Looking to do a Southampton and peak at the right time and only get in the right position when it
41.
matters. I'm going to go and wash my mouth out now.
That's extremely noble of you, Henry.
I am off to wash my mouth. To be fair, they did us a favour on Tuesday, so... Mind you, we did them a favour as well. But anyway...
Steve's doing himself one.
One of them, 40.
He's got more 180s than Potter. He's got just as many 140s. But the one thing he wants more of are doubles hit.
55. Steve car 106.
Is Potter about to go through the ringer again?
Green's going to get a match dart. And that match dart's a double 18. And
He's
that
on the
match
match, Steve
dart
Green.
is got. And Steve Green gets over the line, but just against Nathan Potter. 15 darter in the last. 21 legs there, world class. 14, 14, 15, 15. And he's 2 out of 2. He pipped Potter to the post in a last leg decider. Average just underneath the 95 mark, despite missing 11 darts at a double. Coming up next, we're going to see Graham Hall and Scott Taylor go head to head.
Well, the early story of Group C this Champions Week is all about Steve Green. Unheralded, unfancied, under the radar. 2 wins out of 2. 2 good wins out of 2. Can Graham Hall keep up with the pace set by Green? Or can Scott Taylor get his first win as he bids to regain his Super Series crown? So many storylines, plot lines developing, Nico.
Absolutely, and you've got 2 players here who have graced the PDC Pro Tour, who have done excellent things in this building, but there are so many people who would
Let's
just
let Graham
dearly
go
love to
first.
do half of what Scott Taylor has done at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, because he is one of the Super Series GOATs.
And yet,
59.
25-1 outsider of 12 on Monday morning. That has to be a glitch in the matrix, surely. If you're thinking Scott Taylor is coming into this week out of form, you are wrong. As Henry
99.
alluded to, Scott came down to Portsmouth early, participated in a local knockout last night, which may think, okay, that might not be that great. It's a local knockout. But when you walk through the door and you see both Whitlocks there,
140.
Steve West, your Deacons, your Mulliners.
Adam Lipscomb, people like that regularly go to that venue. So many people
42.
who have been here to the Live Lounge and played successfully play there regularly. So if he's going through that field, that does tell us something.
Yeah, he defeated both Mason and Simon Whitlock en route to defeating Steve
98.
Green in the final.
And you've seen what he's done already today.
97.
There's another thing as well, Sam, because Scott Taylor, for me, is rather old school. He doesn't poster himself on social media. He doesn't
48.
brag about what he does in sport. He keeps a very small circle around him where he lives. And he does what he does wherever he goes. And he doesn't blow his own trumpet. He's very understated in his own mind.
99.
In fact, the
Graham
biggest
Carr,
thing he does
156.
is when he snarls at the board and smacks in maximums. It's almost as if something is screaming to get out.
Yeah, he can cut quite an imposing figure on that stage.
45. Scott Carr, 164.
He's a tall lad, is Taylor. And when that snarl comes out to play, that's when Taylor is at his most dangerous. Because that's when he fancies it.
64. Graham Carr, 111.
Graham Hall will fancy this. Might have to have it as well, just for a hold of throw.
And he's missed his single.
79. Scott
He
Carr,
stares at
100.
the board in disbelief. That would have been his first ton plus checkout of the day, but he didn't even get to the double. Taylor needs 2. 3 of those will do.
90.
He doesn't get 2 of those.
Graham Carr, 32.
That was desperately unlucky from Taylor, and Hall has to go. Gets awkward.
No score.
Tell you what, his
Scott
angle was
Carr,
good.
10.
He just didn't find the crease. Good memories of this one.
Getting shot the
That's
first
what he
leg,
hit to win
Scott
the
Taylor.
series in Series 6 against Tom Sykes in the final. One of 3
Leg
finals
Scott
that
through
Sykes would
first.
make,
Game on.
but no titles gained. And boy, did this guy have a battle with Tom Sykes in that series. If people were watching that, it will live rent-free in your memory forever, because their Group A battle,
180.
the other 4 players didn't even matter. Taylor finished on 24 points in Group A and didn't win it, because Sykes had 26.
One of them, 40.
Then what Taylor would do is he would bombard his way through Group B, and then he would meet Sykes in the final and have the last laugh. All while
137.
playing for 12 consecutive days. Well, pretty much 12 out of 13. And by the end of the Champions Night, he was cooked.
70.
Imagine playing 12 12 days of darts out of 13. And he spends the Sunday trying to find a hotel.
100.
3 matches last night at the knockout was enough, I'll be honest. I love how you completely unmoved when I mentioned the Whitlocks, Steve West, and then mine and Henry's name at the end of it.
Just a normal Wednesday at Waterlooville.
140. Scott to car 84.
Taylor is going from strength to strength.
73.
I suppose there was
Good
an
to car
argument to maybe
151.
not go that way. Would have been a gamble, but Hall being shown respect because Hall has been taking out big finishes this week so far.
Yes, he has.
60.
160, a
Scott to
161.
car 11.
Two fours.
7.
Those
Going to car
transitions from
91.
4 to 2s, that's something that these players should practice coming into days like this, because you never know when you're going to need it.
Well,
59. Scott to car 4.
when it works, it looks great. When it doesn't, you can be made to look a bit of a silly goose. And Taylor now for 2-0.
Getting shown
Makes
the second
no
leg, Scott
mistake.
Taylor.
2-0 up, and he's
Third leg
feeling
Graham
rather
through first.
aggressive.
Game on.
It's very hard to categorise sometimes, Scott, because he's a lovely lad. He's so pleasant to be around. Softly
100.
spoken, but on the dartboard, he turns into a devil.
Yeah, it's almost hard to
40.
believe, but in that player's room out the back, he will be the life and soul.
Absolutely. I think he's an adrenaline monster. And sometimes he's controlling it. But every
30.
now and again you see that it just tries to take over. He's like that superhero character Venom. Tom Hardy played that character and he always wanted to control it, but every now and again Venom got the best of him. That'd be a good nickname for him.
140.
he doesn't have one.
In that recent form of last night's local knockout as well,
58.
one of our key components to our backroom team here at the Super Series, Conor Hurry, got a fantastic win in his own right against the youth star, most commonly known as Turgle. That is a
95.
proper win.
Yeah, Turgle Karelko is a really good player. One of the best young players in the world.
He ran into Super Series royalty last night.
140.
And then when you mention someone like Turgle, you immediately think of future Rising Stars events here.
Yeah, because he plays in the Junior Power League in the JDC.
56.
With the likes of Jack Johnson, Mitchell Laurie, Christian Ennis, Jack Nankivis. There are more, but they're all fabulous players. They are the future.
97. Scott to car 170.
Well, Taylor looking very bright indeed. Fishing rods at the ready, and it was
145.
almost reeled in,
Class
just
76.
slipped off the hook.
Oh, that would have been another one for his collection. He's got the most in the live lounge. He's already got 7. Tops.
Getting shown the
And
third
Taylor
leg,
needed to
Graham
hit it
Hall.
as well. Really good hit back from Hall.
G-Man's done well there.
Fourth leg Scott to through
Really
first.
well.
Game on.
Just to hold his nerve. That was a big moment of the match. Taylor is fancying this.
140.
You see that snarl. The signs are just coming into his facial expression.
96.
That's why Scott is so watchable. He's got these little things about his throw. He gets himself into a
97.
really nice position and he throws it about as hard as anybody.
How do you think Scott Taylor would have taken to looking at those bookmaker odds on Monday morning?
45.
Finding himself 25 to 1 outsider of 12.
That is a really interesting question. I think based on what was said in his match-winning interview
45.
in his week, I can understand it because there's not a great deal of information about what he's been doing. But locally, where he plays, I think it's largely forgotten how strong it is. Recently, we've seen a return to form for Steve Coote,
96.
former England international. He's going up against people like that. People like Joe Mernon, who's been to a weekly final in the last couple of series. He's from the same town as the
66.
great Lisa Ashton. No matter where you go in Greater Manchester, there are world-class dart players around every corner.
$100. Scott Car, 153.
Hall does get down to a finish. Taylor gets first dibs. And he's in business. Oh,
Ace
that
on
is
the fourth
exactly
leg, Scott
why
Taylor.
he is a former series champion. Scott Taylor is showing his class in
Fifth leg, Graham to
abundance.
throw first. Game on.
Without question, that is the purest shot you've seen this week. That is seriously good.
$140.
These are now ominous signs for Taylor's rivals here. And I
Yeah.
don't just mean in Group C.
Absolutely. That was eye-wateringly brilliant.
91.
And there's no reaction. That's the thing. Some players would hit that and they'd give it the big licks to the camera. Maybe he'd
100.
point to something. He doesn't do a thing.
He just expects it. See the leg by leg there.
42.
Job isn't done, though. We saw in the previous match that Steve Green was the better player of the two, but he found himself 3-2
100.
behind against a Nathan Potter that kept picking his pocket.
Well, Graham Hall's been 3-1 down before this week. It was against Nathan Potter. He turned it around with 3 ton
140.
plus
Gonna count
checkouts to
him
win
61.
4-3.
Wasn't one of them a 161?
99.
He had the
Do beg your
one-
pardon, it was something a bit lower. It was a 116. He had a 122 and a 121.
134. Graham
But he
Car,
might have to get this one all of a sudden.
One at it. That's all he
Ace on the
needed.
fifth leg, Graham
And
Hall.
again, when the chips were down, Graham Hall kept his composure.
6 leg, Scott to throw first. Game on.
Now, these guys do indeed subscribe to a very popular fashion statement. Blue and green should never be seen without a colour in between. And that colour is black.
95.
Nothing wrong with wearing black. It's slimming. I've heard.
42.
The colour that they want at the end of the week is silver, because the silverware has been glistening here all week, waiting to get a potential new name on the
99.
trophy. Of course, it could be Taylor on the trophy again, but he didn't lift that trophy. The trophy has changed since Series 6.
140.
Here's the thing. On Saturday night, we could actually have 2 Super Series champions in the building. Taylor playing, Van Velsen in the audience,
97.
supporting his brother.
$57.
Troublous from Hall, and now Taylor can sense a potential match-winning opportunity incoming.
140.
And that's a good start to going about it.
I swear the way he looks at that dartboard, it's as if he's doing a stare down in the UFC.
56.
I wouldn't
Scott
want to be that
Car,
dartboard
70.
because it's about to be hit. But which portion of it? Could be 14s. Could be tops.
50.
Made to wait. He will be back.
Yeah, in the past, I have seen him go treble 14 for double 14. But maybe he's starting to see that tops is
86.
working
Scott the car,
on
20.
approach to this Group C campaign.
Back up to fives, and
No score.
now
You're
he's
in the car,
put himself
120.
at risk. Real risk. All to send us all the way.
If you miss 3 darts for the match, be prepared to pay some sort of penalty.
80.
He
Scott the
dodges
car,
it, so
20.
Taylor can't miss again. That we do know.
Now he's had to survive a bit of a scare as Scott Taylor. Well, this time he converts
Game
it
shot of the match, Scott Taylor.
into a match-winning visit, and Taylor fancies a scrap today, and he is back to winning ways, this time over Graham Hall. Decent enough performance, but the little wobble, that 153 was simply majestic. After the break, it's Chaz Barstow against Radek Zaganski. Every player knows the significance of every single minor error. Could well prove costly, and Scott Taylor, despite winning, he's up for a scrap today. Taylor, the former series champion, is off and running in Group C. Both of these two gentlemen need to get off and running in Group C now as well. Chaz Barstow and Radek Zaganski, both falling short in their opening fixtures. Barstow had some good moments. Zaganski just got going too late. He can ill afford another slow start. There were certainly some positive signs for Barstow. The improvement needs to come on the outer ring. It will be Barstow to get us underway in this match, as I am rejoined by the Deacon of Light.
First leg, Chas to throw first.
Thank you very much, Sam.
Game on.
And so already, this has become a big match for this pair. The winner gets himself back in amongst it, but the loser will find themselves adrift. The only player
100.
up to this point that would have yet to have picked up a victory. I know it's only early days in this Group
100.
C, but when you consider the calibre of players that are in this group, you go 0-2 and it already feel like a long way back for you.
81.
And this is all music to the ears of Steve Green. Because at some point everyone will take points off each
100.
other, much like we expected in Group A. And that was happening under Derek Coulson. Similarities have the potential to creep up
64.
once again in this Group C.
And I just wonder whether for Chaz, the fact that he's played a
135.
few games in Group A, the fact that he's warmed to the tournament, warmed to the environment, whether that will be somewhat of an advantage against Radek, who's coming into this completely cold. And when he won his week,
95.
remember he played in Group A. So it's the first time he's had the experience of playing straight in on a Thursday and Friday in the group, which is tough
40.
enough anyway, let alone when you're
Jessica,
playing in a Group
161.
C where you know the margin for error is close to nil.
Treble 19 should be the play.
137.
Played it
Radek Jakar, 126.
like a fiddle. Zaganski also looking at 19s.
58.
Been able to oblige, so
Jessica,
Barstow
24.
3 more 2-12s to open up a 1-0 lead.
Getting shot the first
No mistake,
leg, Barstow.
Chaz one up.
Second leg, Radek to
Well,
throw
there's the
first. Game
improvement.
on.
On the doubling. 1 out of 1. Minimum of fuss. Exactly
41.
what he would have wanted.
We've kind of said this before when Chaz Barstow's played in Champions Week. Group C is not a happy hunting ground for him. He's the type of player that if you could offer
41.
him Group B, here and now, he will take it. There's just something about the nighttime environment, the games later on in the evening that
85.
just seems to suit him better than playing during the daytime. And the evidence backs it up. Every time he's played a Champions Week, he's played in Group C.
40.
And he hasn't yet made it through to a Champions Night in 2 previous attempts.
So he is the archetype
97.
night out. He needs to be putting in an offer to Richie Howson for his nickname.
Don't see Richie Howson have to do a full 180.
93.
Saganski piles in the game's first max and even self from 98 after 12 to level up at 1 apiece. But Barstow could be on a finish himself.
135. Radek Jakar, 98.
Well, treble 18 was the target, just slipped it short.
57.
No need to panic.
However, if Barstow finds another one here, he might panic a bit. Because all of a sudden,
140,
his
Radek
throw
Jakar,
is under
41.
all sorts of bother, and if he gets broken, he's 2-0 down. Big dart all of a sudden.
33.
Big miss potentially.
Chaz Jakar, 52.
Zaganski wavering. Barstow, can he capitalise? That was a slip.
12. Radek Jakar, 8.
Never looked confident.
How confident is Radek here, though?
Getting shot on the second leg,
Confident enough.
Radek
And
Zaganski.
back on level terms at 1 apiece. Just get the sense that
Third
Radek
leg
hasn't
chance
really
to throw
got
first.
going
Game
yet
on.
today. It's felt like everything's been hard work, rather laboured for him up to press.
Yeah, Definitely more to give from Zaganski's standards. Would you like me putting your name in and amongst the alumni in last night's knockout with Whitlock and West?
140.
Well, I did miss darts a 3-1 lead in the opening game, and it would have been nice to have got myself up the order of merit. Never know, I might have got into the top 100
134.
of the plate from the end of the season. I felt sorry for that poor chalker last
100.
night. Had to mark our game. It was bad enough losing. Having to mark that probably doubled down on the
83.
bad night he had.
Yeah, you missed tops for a 114 for the match, didn't you? But Zaganski...
140.
Just like when Glenn Durrant won the Premier League, we don't talk about it.
Fair enough. Zaganski, after starting
100.
slowly
Right
in
at
his
the count,
opening match, he
121.
has finally arrived. Can't find the treble 17.
97.
But Barstow
Jessica,
needs a
142.
biggie to save his own throat.
Unable to get the 142, and so Saganski looking at 2-12s to
89.
turn a
Right at
1-0
the count,
deficit
24.
into a 2-1 lead. Could have been 2-0 down in this game, Radek. But he finds himself 2-1 in front with a break in hand.
Fourth leg,
Well,
Radek
the
to throw
tables have
first. Game
turned.
on.
We knew it was only going to be a matter of time before Zaganski did inevitably find his range.
60.
Just to give our viewers at home clarity, Sam, how did you get on in your next round game?
I lost to the eventual winner.
45.
So, there.
Still picked
85.
up the same paycheck.
It was good experience.
60.
Yeah, it was a rather grey day for myself.
60.
He just wanted it too much.
Yes.
That looks inviting for Barstow. Did get a second
140.
treble for his efforts.
$123.
Zaganski is just threatening to just find another level.
Yeah, the bus driver from Cork just beginning to go through the gears here.
100.
I'm going to put his pedal to the metal.
137. Jessica, 156.
Yeah, this is really strong from Zaganski. But Barstow, another one of those. Brilliant. Double 18.
138. Radek car 36.
Will Zaganski waver this time?
Game shown the fourth leg.
Not a
Radek
jot.
Zaganski.
He's just beginning to find his range, isn't he? And
Fifth
the
leg
kind of
chance to throw
performance that you'd
first.
sort
Game
of
on.
expect from Radek. High 80s, doubly decent enough. He's not the type of player that will kind of blow opponents away, but he'll do enough to
140.
win matches. Look, he's got some CV. He's won a Players' Championship event in the past, and they don't hand them out like confetti at a Greek wedding.
78.
And that back in 2023, played at the World Championship as a result. Got through to the last 64 in 2024. Got to the last 32 of the
96.
Players' Championship finals that year.
$115.
Brilliant cover shooting. Barstow will stay there. Just looking to peer around for another.
133.
Strong stuff nevertheless. This match boiling up nicely. Barstow, though, running out of time
134. Jessica, 132.
for a champagne shot. I like it. I absolutely
Game show
love
the
it.
fifth leg, Chance
Brilliance from Barstow.
Six leg Radek to throw
And
first.
even his
Game on.
opponent, Radek Saganski, could approve of that finish for Championship Chaz.
Well,
45.
Just when you thought he was down and out, he drags himself back into contention. After a mile away, he
85.
switched away from Bull.
He's one of those players, Chaz, regardless of where he is form-wise, regardless of what he's
100.
doing. Sometimes doesn't always play the Challenge Tour. Kind of picks and chooses the events that he does. But you know when he comes into an event like this,
57.
he's going to be there or thereabouts. He's going to be dangerous to beat. He's one of those players you look on a draw sheet and you put your name next to his and you think, really?
180.
Because you just know he's so likely, so capable, so dependable. But he's going to have to do the same from here. Saganski parting in a max, and he's going to get 6 on 176 to get the job done here. And if
83.
Bartow going to progress through the Champions Night, even at this early stage, you get the sense he may have to win every game from this point
100.
onwards.
Yeah, he said right at the top of this match that a couple of back-to-back defeats here and there, and such is the nature of this group, it could easily get away from you a little bit.
95. Right at the car, 76.
And despite a moment of brilliance in the previous leg, Barstow is now potentially really up against it.
68.
Zaganski will return. Barstow needs to really apply some pressure.
Pressure is going to apply. Can
145.
Saganski hold
Right
it
at car,
together?
8.
Double 4 to get on the board and to get his first win. A Champions Week 13. He gets the better of Chaz Barstow by 4 legs to 2. And already the man from Winchester has got a lot of problems. And if he ain't careful, this group could blow over his head in no time at all. Granit Zaganski, a 4-2 winner over Chaz Barstow. Coming up after the break, we're going to see Nathan Potter and Graham Hall duke it out.
Green. Steve Green, 2 wins out of 2. A dream start and picking up some big wins, not least over the group favourite Nathan Potter. It's Green that is going from strength to strength in the early stages of this super competitive Group C. Potter getting an early win for his performance as well over Scott Taylor, who in turn then got a big win over Graham Hall. Most recently, Radek Zaganski finally clicked into gear against Chaz Barstow. Still the early stages, of course, but Steve Green 2 wins out of 2. Only Chaz Barstow yet to trouble the scorers. Potter, Hall, Taylor and Zaganski, all 1 win out of 2. Nathan Potter and Graham Hall is our next match. So one of these two will pick up their second win of this Group C campaign. Back to commentary with Henry Deacon and Paul Nicholson.
Thank you, Samuel. And so we head towards the midway point of the session. And for Nathan Potter, he is looking to get back on the board. Having been edged out by Steve Green in his previous match, he takes on Graham Hall, who, in a similar situation to Nathan, got the better Radek Saganski, full 2 in his opener before then beaten by the same scoreline against Scott Taylor in his second match. The winner will join Steve Green on 4 points at the top of the Group C table. What would be your overall assessment on the way that both players have gone about their business so far, Nico?
Yeah, it's been pretty good
45.
from both players. Potter will be very happy with the way he started the group. But the way he backed up his first performance, I'm not sure if he's going to be happy with that at all.
100.
Because his average dipped by 10. That range has got to be tighter. As for Hall, started off with a win in the mid-90s, and then his average would dip by 10. So you could say that they're both in the same boat.
I just wonder whether this is just slightly a bigger game for Nathan
70.
than it is for Graham. Just on the basis of what happened in Group A, where he was playing well in matches, Nathan, wasn't getting the rub of the green. And if he loses this one, he may feel like that lackluster bit of luck he got in Group A may well begin to rear its ugly head again in Group C. And once you begin feeling that way, it's very hard to switch back out of it.
The thing that proves that is not just his head-to-head record with Hall this week, but also what happened with Chaz
100.
Barstow. Because he beat both Hall and Barstow on Monday. He didn't beat them again over the next 2 days. Both of them. That tells you the trend he's trying to buck.
Well, he had no other choice there than to go down to the 60s. All sensible play, leaves himself on 68, unless Graham Hall could take out the 167, which is off after dart 1.
28. Neduka, 68.
I think this is a leg he'd rather forget. Double 10. Oh, no. He's done a Taylor. And I'm not talking about Scott.
Shades of that game against Aidan Kirk at the UK Open back in 2014 as Graham Hall looks at 139 to get the break, unable to get. But Potter is going to have to go back to the start, and he may only get
99.
one dart here from this
68.
68.
This might not be a leg that Graham wants to forget after all. It's not even a shot at the bullseye for Nathan Potter. This has gone horribly wrong.
28. Grimnicar, 40.
And at this level, mistakes like that will be duly punished. They deserve to be punished. He might get away with it. He might not.
Graham Hall.
He's been last darted. Graham Hall pinches that leg. But Nathan Potter didn't even give himself a dart on that second visit, having busted the first time out.
He's not going to be angry at Graham. He's going to be angry at himself. Nathan will be beside himself that he's lost that leg.
And look, let's get it right. He's the only person to blame for the fact that he lost
96.
that leg. Simple as that. An unforced error, which at this level, against this kind of opposition, you can ill afford.
96.
And if you do, like he did there, you get punished to the hilt. And Graham Hall says thank you very much because he wasn't at his best in that first leg at all.
He was out of it.
100.
But it is proof that you never give up. Is it fair for us to
40.
say that Potter is not playing to the same level that he was in his qualification week? I think that's a fairly harsh statement based on some of the numbers he's punched in. But his confidence has taken a massive dent.
180.
I almost get the sense that this is almost the antithesis as to what we saw from Charlie Manby, where actually a poor Group A galvanised him for the second half of the week.
60.
He almost
Johnny
looks a little bit
125.
deflated, almost a bit punch drunk by what happened over the first 3 days. So all here looks at 125 to double up the lead. Got plenty of time to do so.
65.
See, this is another leg situation here where you just can't give up. You've got to try and get to the finish. Just in case Hall has the similar type of situation on the doubles.
42. Graham McCarr, 60.
I wonder if Nathan remembers that he lost to Graham by 4-0 yesterday.
50.
Oh, look, it's Graham's turn to start knocking on doors.
$93. Graham McCarr, 10.
Sensible play, leaves himself on the big fish. Well, double 5 doesn't call again. What about double 2?
8.
And we're in one of those situations where
Nathan
Nathan Potter's got the
170.
biggest finish on the board, Graham Hall the smallest.
$60. Graham McCarr, 2.
That could have gone better. There's only one option. And it was
He's on
that
the second
for a
leg,
2-0
Graham
lead. He will scarcely believe
Third
that
leg,
he's
Nathan
2-0 up
first.
playing the way he
Game
is.
This is not a good match. Let's just put it as blunt as
85.
that.
Not yet. For everybody watching this who is an aspiring player, and even if you're just a local player somewhere around the world, and
44.
you're wondering what you can learn from this game, it's proof that you don't necessarily need to be averaging 100 to win an important match. You just got to win the situation. The situation is difficult. Both players are not playing their A+ premium stuff. But you've got to remain resolute. And how do you get
58.
that quality in your life, in your game, where you can be resolute? You've got to go through tough times. You've got to go through tough games.
Just asked Sam
60.
Mulliner last night.
I thought that was going to be the obligatory mention of Sam Spivey.
Yes, Spivey man, former runner-up here. And look what the Super Series has done for him in terms of a launch pad. And I just wonder whether that appearance at the Rising Stars of Nathan Potter and everything he did there,
81.
followed on by a first weekly appearance where he got close, followed on by a Dev Tour title, followed on now by a Challenge Tour title, there may well be a bit of a butterfly effect that one appearance here is done for that young man.
Yeah,
99.
it's definitely helped. Well, Spivey's on the menu, by the way. He's just another that has not won the
135.
championship game.
Graham McCarr, 160.
And he's one of a couple of left-handers that haven't got the job done. The job is on, at least it was, for another 160. And he fancied it.
Yeah, 3 Southpaws have made it through to the
100.
finals here at the Super
Nathan
Series
McCarr,
at Champions
40.
Week. None have been able to ever cross the line. Verena Mikkels, Sam Spivey and Graham Usher being the 3. 2 of them hailing from Scarborough.
30.
Oh, no.
Graham McCarr, 60.
That's not going to do his confidence any good at all. You're the one who was saying earlier, Henry, about leg difference. Double 10 will give him a 3-0 lead.
Game
And things
shown
are
the
going
third leg,
very
Graham
well for
Hall.
Graham in this one.
Fourth leg, Graham to throw first. Game on.
All of a sudden, this is a big passage of play for that young man. He loses this, and he loses this heavily. All of a sudden, he finds himself embroiled
100.
and finds his back against the wall somewhat.
After this, he's got a long break. A 3-game break.
100.
And his next game is against Bartow, who currently occupies position 6.
$54.
Sometimes the break is a good thing for yourself, but all you can do is watch other people getting points when you can do nothing about it.
60.
As for Graham, we're not going to see him again
26.
until he plays Steve Green. That's in game number 10.
And so far today, it's not easy beating Green.
100.
This looks good.
140.
He's done it earlier in the game where he nestled that third dart over the top of the other two. Just for a
100.
moment, I thought that first dart in the board, the flight and stem was going to come out. Yesterday, he had a really unusual situation where he sheared one of the flights and stem combos out of his dart. And he had to replace the whole
40.
thing.
Nathan Carr, 141.
1-4-1 apiece, this to stay in the game. Not going to get got, and so Graham looking at the same
65.
equation
Glenn
to
McCarr,
win the match and to win it
141.
by a 4-0 scoreline.
Nathan is no hits from 5
55.
on his
Nathan
doubles in
Carr,
this game.
76.
This is where it has to change. It does.
Ace on the fourth leg, Nathan Potter.
We don't know how important that leg could be for him. We've not
Fifth leg,
seen
Nathan
anybody
to throw
win from
first.
3-0
Game on.
down so far this week. Is this going to be the first time?
I know it's only a leg, but
100.
in terms of his confidence, in terms of how he's feeling about himself, that could be important. If he gets dropped 4-0, I just get the sense he'd be at one of himself. It's looked like at times he's kind of gone through the
57.
motions in this game, Nathan Potter. We mentioned it so many times. When a player finishes bottom of Group A, the first portion of Thursday has to be good.
100.
Just to get the confidence going again. And he did exactly that, winning his first game really well against Scott Taylor. Average 95 and a 4-2 win.
60.
Lost out to Steve Green in a nip and tuck contest 4-3. But if he loses this one, he'll be back in a position which, unfortunately for him, has
60.
felt all too familiar, and that's languishing towards the tail end of a group with traffic in front of him.
$41.
I was saying earlier that if you want to progress to Champions Night through Group C, you've got to win more games than you lose.
100.
This is round 3. Early stages still, yes. But if after round 3 you have lost more games than you've won, you're already behind.
85. Nathan Carr, 141.
I think he's trying something different here.
121.
That might just be one of the qualities he has to get out of this. He can use a few other
140.
routes, and
Nathan
maybe
Carr,
go away
20.
from the norm to change things up. It might just get him out. It's working
Ace
so
on
far.
the fifth leg, Nathan Potter.
We saw something similar from Graham in his opening game
Six
against
leg
Radek
Graham to
Saganski.
throw
Raced
first.
into a
Game on.
3-0 lead against the throw, lost a couple of legs, and all of a sudden just gave himself unnecessary hard work to do. And he's got
60.
exactly the same equation here. Kicking off trouble is opening up the door here for Potter against the throw to take us all the way.
60.
Just get the sense that if one player can just Put in a good couple of visits, a good couple of turns.
100.
Particularly for Graham. The game may well swing as a result of it.
Yeah, you're talking about back-to-back 140s.
Yeah.
Like that. Or even something akin to what Graham did
60.
earlier with a 140 backing up a maximum.
You could tell in the body language of both players that it's been a rather flat
100.
contest. Neither player's really been able to get going, or at least get going with any kind of fluency anyway.
It's game 18 for the week, remember? If you are playing multiple groups,
100.
you're going to need your engine. And there are more people playing in this Champions Week
95.
who have just gone through one group Monday to Friday to Saturday when they won than ever. Just what he needed.
180. Graham McCall, 146.
Exactly what Hall did not want to hear or see.
So all of a sudden, this 146 feels like it has to go. It doesn't. And so Potter only needs one treble to give
44.
himself a dart and a
Matthew
double
Carr,
to take us all the
101.
way here.
And this is the first time that Potter has averaged more than Graham in this game. He's definitely starting to trend. But can he take it the distance? He might have to survive a dart for the match
47.
if that is to be the case.
Graham McCall, 102.
So 102 for Graham Hall to wrap this up for 2. And to get his second win in 3 at the beginning of this Group C. He's going to get a dart at double 16 to do exactly that.
70. Matthew Carr, 54.
Now you know you can't miss. 2 is
He's
credit.
26 like
That is
Nathan
really
Potter.
good. Especially when you consider earlier in the game he missed 2 singles back to back.
Final leg, Nathan, you throw first.
That time
Game
it was
on.
right in the middle. And he gave himself the best possible chance of winning from 3-0 down.
How many times have we referenced Nathan Potter's temperament being spot on?
60.
We're seeing that in evidence here. 3-0 behind. And how many players would have slumped their shoulders and kind of almost accepted the fate ahead of them? But Nathan, not playing at his absolute best, but finding a way to get back level
95.
and forcing the issue here of Graham Hall. And all of a sudden, from what defeat would have done to him, in terms of a deflation of confidence, to a win here, which may boost it 10 to the dozen.
That 140 from Potter is one of the best he's thrown this week.
100.
Not just because of the timing of it, but how he got it. He's not going to back it up.
100.
But he does force Hall to use the board to get to a finish. He's not going to get there, so Potter's got 6.
54.
How unlikely this looked from 3-0 down. But it's not one of those sports where you can put a ball in the corner and try and defend. You have to physically get the job
41.
done. And Graham Hall's not been able to do it.
Well, just imagine what Potter's going to feel if he doesn't win from here. In some cases, people might feel worse losing 4-3 than 4-0.
140. Nathan Carr, 160.
It's the hope that kills you. And Nathan Potter's hopes rely on Graham Hall not taking out this 112. And we know that he can do
140.
this in
Graham
pivotal
Carr,
moments. He
112.
hit a 110 to beat Kurt Parry in the last leg, decided to win the Tour Championship back in October. He needs something similar here. He's not up to the
88.
task.
Nathan
And
Carr,
Potter
20.
is back for a comeback win.
And he
Show them
does
that's
win.
Nathan Potter.
That might change everything this week for Nathan Potter. It's his first win against Graham Hall since Monday. He will play him again tomorrow, but the ability to win from 3-0 down in a really tough game like that, it shows you everything you need to know. Potter is on 4 points.
Series 13 got underway in January, and week 1 saw George Killington take to the live loud stage for the first time, fresh of the PDC Tour. The Killer showed no nerves and he became the first player of the series through to finals night. Former runner-up Danny Ayres is in fine form, throwing the best numbers of the week as he topped Group C. And Steve Green maintained his perfect Saturday qualification record, taking the second Group C spot with a minimum of fuss. The quality started to shine in Group B, where Thursday night saw a record-breaking 40 maximums hit, as well as 5-ton-plus averages. Rising Stars champion Henry Coates was rampant in his campaign as he emerged the group winner. The experience of Lee Cox showed as he impressed in clinching second place. And it was David Evans, a man who had 17-ton-plus finishes to his name, who scraped into third place at the expense of Series 5 champion Jim McEwen. And if there wasn't enough drama in a week, Henry Coates, David Evans and Danny Ayres were forced to participate in a 9-dart shootout on Saturday night, some way to open the series. Steve Green of Wales took out youth prodigy Henry Coates in the final to become the first player through to Champions Week. A well-rounded week for the Welshman, which ended in emotion and elation.
To manage to come out on top, I've had to perform at my absolute best.
A very apt reminder as to how Steve Green made it to Champions Week. And he is performing very, very well in the early stages of Group C. Big moment before the break. Nathan Potter was 3-0 down against Graham Hall, and the happy-go-lucky Potter, his emotion had somewhat dipped. But Potter rallied to get the 4-3 win, which keeps himself in touch with Steve Green, who now faces Radek Zaganski,
First leg,
who's
Steve
just
to
growing
first.
into this session. But a win for Green here would certainly put him in pole position.
Most definitely. But Radek has got to have more from what he did against Barstow and less of what he did against Hall.
91.
I think we said at the top of the show, he doesn't have the running start this week. He hasn't had 3 days of competitive action leading into the secondary group. And for the first time in his Super Series career, we're going to see what he can do from Thursday as the start. It's been okay so far. I might have to be a little bit more than okay against this guy, the form he's in.
140.
Worst signs, though. Zaganski was just stepping it up, finding his levels.
92.
The way Green has been going about his business. Clinical finishing in big moments. Steering himself clear of
60.
Chaz Barstow.
I think Steve Green making Champions Night in this series would be the biggest
60.
part-time player story since Adam Mould. When he first made a Champions Night, we all thought that was a watershed moment for the ADC. We've seen more qualifiers qualify since then, but
98.
Steve Green is a proper story.
It is, and viewers on Pluto TV maybe
140.
predicting which
Steve
6 it would be
112.
to make it to Champions Night. I think those who had picked Green would have been in the minority.
Correct. I think all of them would have predicted Derek Coulson making it, though. Double 16.
Getting show the first leg.
He
Steve
might not be
Green.
hitting the middle, but he's hitting the beds, which is the job.
Second leg, Radek to through first. Game on.
Seen a few doubles today that have just about made it. That was one of them. There was one from Nathan Potter in the previous
100.
game on double 10, which nearly hit double 15.
I was speaking to Steve
60.
last night, and he's relaxed, he's determined, and determined to just take this for
82.
what it is. An immense opportunity for someone like him to really make a name for themselves.
And you can make a name for yourself in this group via actually not winning a week.
100.
In times gone by, we've had to go to the pool of best runner-up. because some people haven't been able to participate
57.
in the Champions Week. Group C's had a bit of that action in the past. Scott Walters in Series 2, he won Group C. Jacob Taylor, he didn't win his week. He had to come all the way back from the east coast
85.
of Canada to play in Group C. He won the group and he made the final and lost to Luke Littler. There are
132.
plenty of stories when it comes to Group C over the years, and Steve Green might be the next one.
Yeah, away from the likes of Luke Littler
45.
coming into a Champions Week,
Run at
it's
the
not
car,
always the name
130.
that you expect that ends up on the trophy come Saturday night.
58.
Green needs to find a couple of big trebles to keep in touch in this second leg.
80. Run at your car,
That could have been a little
72.
bit better. He's found himself on a number that nobody likes. Double 16.
40. Steve, your car,
What Radek does is
131.
very similar to that of Christoph Ratajski. He's always about leaving 32.
Well, Zaganski will return. Green unable to trouble or
24.
even
Run at your
threaten
car, 32.
the 1-3-1. And in turn has made a bit of a mess. Zaganski
Getting
not
shoulder
hanging
second
around.
leg, Radek, Saganski.
And it's one apiece.
Now, Green's got to be careful here. His
But
last
like
two
Steve
visits
Defoe
have ended
first,
with a
game
small
on.
1. He doesn't want that to be his tendency over the next couple of hours. Yeah, I think he's fixed it.
180.
I'd say so. Radek has as well.
180.
Look through the field. How many people have won a PDC title who are here in Champions Week? How many people have hit 9 daughters?
180.
If Green hits this, that in itself will be a story.
22. Steve,
Wouldn't
your car,
it just?
141.
Sets himself. Steve Green, the week 1 winner, just bends that top wire down. That was a well-thrown dart. And therein lies the frustration, because he knew that felt mightily fine
55.
on release.
Don't be disappointed that you missed the 9.
97.
Be
Steve,
very
your car,
happy that you
86.
put yourself in that position. He doesn't even have to go for the bull here. Doesn't need to anyway.
Game
That is a
shoulder third
wonderful
leg,
11
Steve Green.
darter. His confidence is growing before our very eyes.
Fourth leg, Radek to throw
That
first.
truly was
Game on.
exceptional. And he believes. I just think a few
60.
more of the viewing public watching on are starting to believe in Steve Green as well.
$93.
Never had a Welsh winner. We've had winners from Lithuania, Scotland,
100.
England, the Netherlands. Jeff Smith won just under a year ago. But we've never had a winner from Wales. And if Green were to make Champions Night
57.
alongside Coulson, they would occupy 1/3 of the field.
81.
And that ties in with next week. No pressure on Kurt Parry and Richie Burnett to perform for their country in international pairs.
They will feel their own pressure because they will feel like they should win because they've been to 2 finals.
60.
There's no should next week. That's going to be hard.
100.
Credit to Zaganski, though. He hasn't gone anywhere.
97. Run at your car,
Good
160.
pick off from Green, but it's not enough. Zaganski has 6 from 160.
Just keep it straight. Oh, it's worked, but
128.
my, that's an interesting play, isn't it? Because if you don't get the treble, You might only get one dart at a double.
You like it, but you hate it at the same time.
I do like it, and I despise it at the same time.
100. Radical car 32.
And I've done it in the past myself.
Getting shown
But
the
he likes
fourth
double
leg,
16 that much.
Zaganski.
Because he hits it so much.
Fifth leg, Steve to
Yes,
throw
good
first.
response
Game
from
on.
Zaganski.
Give us your take on this shirt then, because it looks like a fruit salad from Minecraft.
85.
It certainly does have a sort of Minecraft quality about it, doesn't it? Henry compared it to a 1990s bus
100.
seat. I can see that as well. It is. Maybe it's just giving the nod to next week for Team Wales as well. Maybe they should snap it up.
100.
Can you see Richie Burnett in a shirt like that?
I mean, you wouldn't put it past him. It's Richie Burnett.
100.
I think there must be something to do with the dragon trying to smash through some glass or something.
96.
Yeah, when it comes to Radek's shirt, it's
60.
just give me the initials about 25,000 times. It's like it's on repeat. You know when you press enter on something on your computer and it just keeps going and going and going.
Green just contemplating. The play is to stay on 20s, but he's a bit reticent to do so because of the lie of that first dart
60.
makes it incredibly awkward.
You could have tried something else there. You could have gone to the bull on dart 2 and stayed there.
81. Steve car 160.
They're tied in more ways than one. Now use the bull.
85.
Well, listen to you
Radical
that
car
time.
160.
What will Zaganski do with his effort at 160?
41. Steve car
Now you would
75.
have expected a lot more from that, considering the opening dart of the visit.
I expected him to go to the 19s with the last dart for starters. Maybe it doesn't matter.
Getting shown the fifth
Doesn't matter
leg,
one
Steve Green.
jot. His doubles today have been really good.
Sixth leg, Radek to throw first. Game on.
3 out of 3 in this match on the outer ring. Steve Green
100.
continuing to maintain that gap at the top of the Group C standings.
He's 11 from 24 today on the doubles. That's very, very tidy.
96.
I think the standard for the week is definitely 40+%.
Has to be in more ways than one.
140.
If you're not around that 40 to 50% mark on the doubles, you are simply nowhere.
$60. $100.
Can't leave a finish from this number. Looks like we might be going the distance again.
59.
The
Radek car
second consecutive game.
161.
Both players have been strong on their own throw.
99.
So that in turn would give the advantage to Green, who would have the darts should we end up in a last leg shootout, which is looking highly likely.
Saganski's
140.
route
Radek car 62.
to this number is based on leaving 32. Again.
46.
It's a chance for
Steve
Green
car
to win.
146.
It's a big ask, but we have had big finishes today.
This won't be one of them.
He's extremely well positioned, though.
114.
Saganski is under the guillotine.
Radek car 16. Gain shot on the sixth
see what
leg,
he does with
Radek
the guillotine.
Saganski.
He incinerates it. Incredible shot.
So the final leg, Steve, to throw first.
That shows
Game
you
on.
this guy just likes pressure. Maybe he just doesn't feel it. He denied Carl Wilson his dream of making Champions Week in that first weekly title for Carl from East Sussex. He's worked so
125.
hard for it, but he ran into a very good Saganski in week 3.
Yeah, there are a few names, aren't there, from the
100.
runners-up from the weekly regulation weeks here in Series 13 that you would maybe expect to make an appearance in Champions Week next time around. Carl Wilson would be high up on that list. Robbie Martin, another one. Tommy Morris, another.
100.
I don't think that defeat in that final sits well with Tommy against Kiana van Velsen. I would sincerely hope that he didn't take him
100.
lightly. But that would be a big learning situation for Tommy. If he did in any way, shape or form, that will never happen again.
Henry Coates may well be thinking
100.
the same. Being defeated by Steve Green way back in week 1.
100.
And Green now just looking to set up a match-winning opportunity.
$98.
I think you're right about Coates, though. Green averaged 80 in that final.
45. Steve the car,
Missed
78.
opportunity. But as Henry Coates watches on, he might be watching Green win 3 out of 3 today.
Top of the sharp.
38. Right at your
It's a
car,
bit of a flyer, and
156.
Zaganski could really fire himself in contention.
81.
This is
Steve the
crucial
car,
now.
40.
Green had the darts at the start, and these are the games you have to win. When you've got the start, can he use it?
High pressure situation. And
26.
for the first
Right at
time
your car,
today,
75.
Steve Green falters. Zaganski, double 12. Nice enough marker, but it
63.
cannot be utilised.
Steve Buchanan,
My word, that is a
14.
huge let-off for Green.
4 darts for the match missed by Green, and then 2 from Saganski.
Game
He
shown on
doesn't
Matt
miss
Steve
again.
Green.
He's been good today, and then he's taken a little bit of fortune to shoot forward to 6 points. And on day 1, he's guaranteed to win more than he will lose. He might not even lose a game because he's 3 out of 5 already with the 2 games to go. It was all went down to the wire, but Green wins it by 4 legs to 3.
Week 6 had a stacked lineup, featuring the Seniors Showdown champion, Simon Whitlock, looking for his first weekly win. And Danny Lowby, who was back at the Live Lounge after 2 years on tour. But it was Ron Mooninkamp that did the early damage. Only 2 Group A losses saw him pip Whitlock to the post, becoming the first player through to Saturday night. Matt Dennett had a welcome return after more than 2 years out. He went perfect in Group C to stamp his authority on the week. Andy Davison was the second player through Group C. A steady campaign saw him qualify ahead of Joe Murnham, making his first weekly final in a year and a half. Father and son duo Simon and Mason Whitlock met in Group B, and it was Whitlock Sr. who got the better of Mason on both occasions in qualifying for finals night. Meanwhile, Series 6 champion Scott Taylor showed some impressive signs to seal second place, and Reese Robinson looked unstoppable as he topped Group B in the hunt for the weekly title number 4. And it was Taylor and Robinson who met in the weekly final, despite losing a game in the group stages. Taylor got the better of Robinson by 4 legs to 2, and looks to become the only second player to win 2 series titles.
The Series 6 champion, the Week 6 winner, Scott Taylor, back in action on stage against Chaz Barstow. Steve Green before the break going 3 out of 3 against Radek Zaganski, but survived a major scare in doing so. Signs of nerves from Green, but he got over the line in the end. And in this format, that's all you've got to worry about. And Steve Green is perfectly poised at the top of the tree as things stand. Plenty more water to pass under the bridge in this very trappy Group C.
First leg, Scott to throw first.
Scott Taylor is maybe one of those players that you really do need to keep a bit of an eye on.
Let's get this right. If you're Chaz Barstow, your championship may well depend
125.
on this game. Loses it, 3 games played, 3 defeats, and he'd be 4 points behind 3 players at least, and 6 points
60.
behind Steve Green at the top of the table. With Potter and Taylor both on 4, it's a long way back, even at this early stage of proceedings.
Despite having a running average today of 94.
That just tells you the level, doesn't it? It's all right playing at those levels, but you've got to play at those levels at the right times. As a famous Dutchman who once wore green and now wears
140.
black says.
$100.
You just get the impression, though, despite this strong scoring from Barstow,
180.
they've been plentiful this week. Taylor really has the bit between his teeth.
97.
He would not have
Chaz
taken
McCall,
kindly
121.
to being the 25-1 outsider for a Champions Week. He's been there, done it before.
97. Scott McCall,
And sometimes
78.
for an enigmatic player like Scott, you need something like that just to give yourself a bit of a bee in the bonnet. Now that's perfectly sat for the bull, but
30.
nowhere near. And so
Chaz
Barstow
McCall,
free in hand, a
24.
double 12.
Game shot on the
Perfect,
first leg,
13
Chaz
dart breaker
Barstow.
throw. Barstow 1 up.
Second leg, Chaz to throw first.
It's
Game
the
on.
early break, which could well prove pivotal. And again, a win for Barstow here would just open things up in terms of the race for second place. Again, music to the ears of Steve Green.
134.
He will love the fact that everyone is taking points off one another.
59.
Yeah, Barstow wins this. Steve Green will be at the top on 6. Potter will be on 4, but everybody else will be on 2 points in the table. Steve Green takes on Graham Hall in the next game after this.
85.
And then finishes off against Scott Taylor in game 14 of 15. And the second meeting between the pair this week. And so
58.
far, in battles between the pair in tournaments in the Portsmouth area, Scott Taylor has had Steve Green's number. In fact, it's the only defeat that Steve Green has had in this city so far this week.
97.
In fact, he's played 9 games so far in
96.
Portsmouth over the course of the last 24 hours. He's won 8 of them. Some games tougher than others, admittedly.
105.
Barstow. Rejuvenated. Looks refreshed.
61. Chazuka 80.
Count any of these players out at your peril. In Barstow, this is an England international we're talking about.
Again, shot on the second leg, Chaz Barstow.
He looks refuelled and revitalised. 2-0.
Third leg, Scott to throw first. Game on.
107.36 the average for Barstow. 28 darts to get himself to what he hopes is the halfway point in this game and to get his first win on the board in this Group C.
100.
And that's the player that's currently bottom of Group C. This is Champions Week.
Wouldn't expect
42.
anything less. And the good news is, the first time so nice,
84.
we're going to do it twice on this Thursday because Group B is going to be with us from 10 o'clock this evening where we're going to see
96.
Neil Dove with another crack at trying to lift the big one. Keanu Van Velzen hoping to be the second person in his family to lift this title. And Jamai Van den Hirik, who is looking to follow in the footsteps of the likes of a Charlie Manby and Jensen Walker being a young protege to pick up the Super Series title.
180.
Yet another maximum for Barstow. When you look at Group B, how do you even begin to decipher which two aren't going to make it out of that group? It's ridiculous.
59.
Much like Group C. Oh, and much like Group A as well.
I'm going to put something out there. I reckon that Group B could well be the first group where all 5 players finish on 8 points.
Scott Car 118.
That could be fun.
Wouldn't want to be the person behind the scenes having to sort out all the mathematics. Let's put it that way.
A Group B 9-dart shootout.
78.
5-way.
100.
Barstow then. Top stops.
60. Scott Car 40.
Tops for Taylor. How many times have we said that over the years? Double 10.
Getting shot on the
Gets
third leg,
himself
Scott
back
Taylor.
in the contest. Stops Chaz from having a chance to get the double break.
Fourth leg
And
chance to
again,
throw first. Game on.
Taylor just leaves a bit on the board there. As if to say, do you want some? He's determined to have a scrap with the board at some point today.
140.
Well, just like the Reelstone Raider, there's no fans in here on this Thursday afternoon, and it is a sellout on Saturday
96.
for Champions Night 13.
$58.
Yeah, and tickets are selling fast as well for next week, International Pairs Finals Night. A week on Saturday.
Yeah, we're Team Ireland.
123.
We're looking to defend the title that they won back in August.
Are you with me and Nico, though? Do you secretly fancy Germany?
133.
I think we've all had a look at Germany and thought they've got more than half a chance. I think if the Belgian pair click, Bartons and Roman, they're going to be there or thereabouts. But I get the
85.
sense there's a lot of
Chazukar,
unknown quantities with the
170.
pairings this time around.
Persisting with 20s
95.
proves profitable. Taylor just has to start forcing the issue before Barstow gets away from him here.
The problem's as simple as this.
45. Chazukar 75.
Taylor's been able to find 1 treble visits, but Barstow's been able to find 2 trebles in his scoring turns more often than not. So he's being given an extra opportunity pretty much leg
63.
in, leg out, but he's
Scotty
unable
Carr,
to
152.
take that one. And we saw Taylor in his previous match take out a 153. Can he find out a 152 to level up? Not on this occasion.
No, that first dart
84.
was wild.
Chazukar 12.
Barstow to put him one away.
H on the fourth leg, Chaz Barstow.
Nothing wrong with that whatsoever. As clean and as clinical
Fifth leg
as you
Scott is through
like.
first. Game on.
3-1 to the good and 1 away from his first win. All Scott Taylor can do here is win this leg and force his opponent
85.
to serve it out. It's the minimum he can do in these circumstances.
One of them 40.
We said in Group A, no one was going to run through the card on any given day in a group like that. Simon Stevenson proved us
100.
wrong. I'm going to double down. I don't think anyone runs through a card in this Group C. Despite Steve Green being 3/5 of the way there.
I was going to say, it's a very
100.
bold play.
But then again, Steve Green still has to play Graham Hall.
140.
He still has to play Scott Taylor. Less than 24 hours ago, what happened? Taylor beat Green.
57.
Granted, not here, but still, it's relevant form lines.
Hey, there was cash on the line for it. Don't you worry about that.
121.
Well, Taylor here, as you said, minimum requirement forced Barstow to serve it out in the next. He's going to get a
100. Scott the car,
couple
55.
of darts at tops to do exactly that.
Playing with fire with the big number. The snarl is there,
Game shown the
and
fifth
so
leg, Scott
is
Taylor.
the double. And again, Taylor is just staring the board out.
Six leg chance to throw first. Game on.
He does know the board doesn't talk back, doesn't he?
It's an inanimate object, Scott. It doesn't have feelings.
That's all right. On that subject, Richard
84.
Bennett's back next week. You know what he's going to be doing to that speaker.
$100.
Be left with rather blue tooth come the end of it.
$55.
I'm allowed one bad gag in a day. And that was awful.
Yeah, that was it. Looks inviting, and again the snarl has returned and the
100.
aggression. Taylor determined. Barstow
78.
just about saves that visit. Taylor smelt blood.
46.
He smelled blood but was unable to take full advantage of it. And so Barstow still with the ascendancy on throw to get the job done. But that power
41.
scoring, which served him so well in the first few legs of this game, has completely gone by the by. Taylor overturning the throw here and has got 6 and 255 to take us all the way to a last leg decider.
40.
Just got a little bit scrappy. Barstow yet to taste success so far today as the finish line now quickly approaches.
Rediscovering that scoring touch.
Taylor is just livid.
He's looking at that
85.
board. It's not the
Car,
board's fault that
63.
Chad's hit a 180, pal.
For the match.
Game shot and the match. Chaz
And
Barstow.
Chaz Barstow finally arrives in Group C of Champions Week, picking up an opening victory for him against Scott Taylor, who feels a little bit annoyed following that defeat. Didn't show his best quality there, did Taylor, but Barstow did. Nearly a 96.5 average. That was good. Well, what a day this is turning out to be for Steve Green. 3 wins out of 3, and the chasing pack are all taking points off one another. Nathan Potter, the only one with 2 wins, and there's hardly anything separating the remainder. Look at that table. Just 2 legs in the leg difference tally separates Graham Hall in 3rd and Chaz Barstow in 6th. And Steve Green now has the chance to maintain his 100% record as he is set to take on the G-Man, Graham Hall. There was just signs in that previous match for Green that the nerves were maybe starting to show. He survived a big scare against Radek Zaganski, but such is the nature of this group. Moments like that are bound to happen. Steve Green is having a dream day in his opening day of Champions Week as we head back to the commentary box in the company of Henry Deacon and Paul Nicholson.
Thank you, Sam. Yeah, there's been plenty of signs, plenty of encouraging signs for Steve Green so far on this Champions Week Thursday in Group C. And up against Graham Hall, somebody I just get the sense in terms of standard in this group. He's the litmus test. He's the barometer. He's the type of player that you know, if you play well, you're probably going to beat, but if you just off it a little, then he's going to be able to pounce.
22.
You just wonder what kind of confidence Green's got right now. We said this is the toughest Group C we can remember. He's leading it.
100.
I wonder if we've underestimated him a little bit coming into this week. I'm starting to question myself. I don't know about you, Henry.
I get the sense that sometimes
100.
we can be accused of a bit of tungsten snobbery, where we look at players on the Challenge Tour and think automatically, as a de facto, they're the players that should be the most competitive, depending on their position on that order of merit. And by and large, yes, that
95.
is a true statement, but for players like Steve Green that like to ply their trade elsewhere, namely on the ADC local circuit, they're as capable as anybody else, but they just don't travel. They haven't got the commitments to do so. We don't know what goes on behind closed doors to say maybe that's why he doesn't go and commit as much as maybe other players. But when he plays here, he acquits himself to a very, very high standard.
125.
You could say he's having a very green day.
46.
This boy is having a very, very good Thursday. And he's no Welsh idiot. That's a great approach. He's in a great position again. Did you think that it was possible that someone was going to win 5 out of 5 today?
44.
No, but I don't think anybody did. Just because of the sheer competitiveness of this group, you just felt like everybody was going to pick points off one another, which has happened, with the exception of when players have played this man here. But it's mainly because of things like that. 14 dart breaker throw, and Steve Green goes one up and has this game, even at this early stage, in exactly the position he wants it.
It's not the kind of style he would coach, is it? He's extremely side on. It's a 90-degree position. Somewhere in between that is where Graham Hall is. It's about 45 degrees. Steve Green's at 90 degrees. He's facing the wall. His back is twisted. But it's working.
Well, he's certainly not up against the wall, is he? Graham Hall is.
100.
Graham Hall up against a wall, and he's going to need all the apparatus possible to try and get himself out of it.
I thought you were going to start a limerick there. His name is Graham Hall, and he's up against the wall.
29.
I don't know how to end that just yet. I need some time.
Well, Group C is where he's hoping he doesn't fall, that's for sure.
58.
It's not going particularly well so far. But then again, his confidence might have taken a massive hit. He's just lost from 3-0 up against Nathan Potter. He's had a 2-game break. But that's
55.
the kind of defeat that sits badly.
And is this where, if you're Steve Green, ignorance is a little bit bliss? He hasn't played Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. He's got no subsequent scar tissue coming into Thursday, where maybe the likes of Graham, maybe the likes of Nathan Potter have.
Potentially. Let's face it, in Champions Week, he hasn't lost yet. He's the only person who's 100%. Just don't leave yourself on double three.
137.
That's a very good single.
Going to car 104.
Graham needs something to show up. Pronto. Double 16.
88. Silver car 40.
And he's been restricted to opportunities like that. Green here, double top for 2-0.
Game shot on the second leg, Steve Green.
And it goes. And here's 2-0 to the Welshman, who's come dressed
Third leg,
this
Graham to throw
afternoon
first. Game on.
like a 1990s bus seat.
Well, we do know, Henry, that you've only seen them in
40.
pictures.
They're like the carpets that my parents used to go to the cinema.
Axminster carpets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What were the 90s like?
Brilliant.
180.
Oh, come on, you had the start of Dennis Priestley's career. You had the start of the PDC.
85.
I mean, don't get me wrong, in darts it was turbulent. It was political. But it was on the end of everybody's tongue. And there was a time before mobile phones were everywhere.
100.
Carrier pigeons, I heard.
You've been misinformed.
59.
Graham Hall's way through his week in week 5.
60.
He went through Justin Smith, former weekly champion and masterful bullseye hitter. Went through Sam Spivey, former
55.
weekly champion,
Stevie
former
Coward and
series
61.
finalist. Went through Butch Devine like a knife through butter. And then he took Alex Williams, who only lost one game that week. And that was to Graham Hall in the final.
93.
Rate Alex Williams really highly. Proper player. And I think we'll see him in one of these Champions Weeks sooner rather than later.
Yeah, imagine that. You come into week 5, you win 10 out of 10 in Group C.
Stevie car 68.
Then you win your next 3 and you lose the next one. Bye-bye. One game. That was it.
Mind you, Mike Warburton won every game in Group B that week as well. Steve Green looking to win every game today. And he's one leg away from winning this one, putting the tops of the double break.
So this could be Welsh revenge.
Fourth leg Steve to through
on
first.
Graham Hall.
Game on.
After what he did to Alex Williams.
Well, a lot of people expected a Welsh champion come the end of the week. Maybe not
57.
this Welsh champion.
The only way we're going to guarantee one is if Green plays Coulson in the final. And that'll be new territory for both of them.
59.
But there is a difference between Green and Coulson when it comes to finals in this place. Derek's lost one. Green hasn't.
And even when Derek Coulson's lost finals,
60.
he is still qualified for Champions Week.
He's locked in, isn't he? He's having a very good time of it.
98.
And look at his average again. Every time we look at it, it's in the mid-90s. This is good stuff.
Put it this way, if
83.
we're talking about a player in the top 32 of the world that kept punching in these numbers on a regular basis, we would be waxing lyrical about him. So it shouldn't be any different that we're saying the same about Steve Green here.
Well, let's put it into perspective after Hall hits that maximum. Steve Green right now in this game is averaging what James Wade has for the last 20 years. I haven't just plucked that out of thin air. It's a fact.
Graham car 164.
Well, for once, Graham Hall's got a bit of respite in this game. Doesn't have to go for the bullseye.
That worked out pretty well.
128.
Well, there's worse accidents to have, that's for sure. Want a double after 12, even if it was slightly innocuous.
137, Green car 36.
Make the most of it, Graham.
Game
Well
on the
done.
fourth leg, Graham Hall.
Now he's got to do what has been done
Fifth
to
leg, Graham
him.
to throw first.
The amount of times we've seen people 100% on the doubles this week has been disturbing.
Here's a question for you, Nico. In terms of standard, or as a rough
59.
guide as to standard, what do you think wins a week like this?
Overall,
60.
just above a 95 average. Probably about 45% on doubles. I never thought I'd say that. We're talking about what
40.
it takes to win a week from week 1 to week 12. And then what it takes to win week 13. And the difference is big. It's probably a hike in average of about 7.
100.
And a hike in percentage of about 10.
And let's strip this back to reality. This is an amateur
82.
tournament. None of these players are professionals. None of them have got tour cars. They're outside the 128. And yet that is still the standard that has to be attained to win the big jackpot come Saturday night. As the likes of Charlie Manby found out, it didn't come easy for him.
Easy.
But it's seemingly coming very easy for Steve Green right now.
100.
If this guy is nervous this week, he's
61.
not showing it. And if he is nervous, he's playing very well using those nerves. My word, that's good.
137.
Basically perfect. He could have easily taken out the 3-4-1 in 6 darts, which would have been flashy.
100. Steve car
But
24.
to take it out in 7 to 9 is just as impressive.
Average ticking over the ton. 3 out of 3 on the doubles. Double 6. The 3 match
12.
darts are come and
Green
gone.
car 120.
Can Graham hold on? The answer's no, and he is beside himself.
64. Steve
This
car
one
12.
might have slipped him by.
Because you don't expect Steve Green to pass over 3 more chances to win this match. And this for win number 4.
Getting shot on the match.
And
Steve
one
Green.
away from completing the card on the opening day of Group C here at Champions Week. Steve Green may not be a name on the lips of many, but he is proving that he is a top-class operator and he can mix it with the very best at this level. Have a look at their numbers. Average of 96.36, 4 from 7 in terms of his doubling in that game. He gets the better of Graham Hall by 4 legs to 1. He's 4 wins out of 4 on this Thursday at Champions Week. Coming up next, Chaz Barstow takes on Nathan Potter.
What a day this is turning out to be for Steve Green. Unheralded, unfancied, maybe even to some unheard of. But you've heard of him now, and Steve Green is still unbeaten in this Group C of Champions Week. Nathan Potter is doing his best to go with Green. He has to pick up another win if he's going to continue to do so. But Chaz Barstow, now at least, proving a tough nut to crack. His performances so far today, all comfortably averaging mid-90s. Potter has had his ups and downs, but a smile on his face has remained throughout, pretty much at least. But Paul Nicholson, I think it was fair to say that we didn't really expect anyone to run through the card in, well, any group this week, but Steve Green is one win away from doing so today.
He's going to fancy it now. He's got Scott Taylor in his last game, who's been a bit up and down today.
43.
And it was Simon Stevenson that went through it yesterday, winning 5 out of 5, which makes him so dangerous for
45.
later on tonight. I would not be shocked to see him win 4 out of 4 tonight, if I'm honest. But I am surprised
100.
with Chaz's numbers that he's only picked up 1 win.
And that is just aided to the cause of Steve Green in that everyone beneath him is taking points off each other. Today could not have gone any better for Green
58.
so far.
Where does Nathan stand then after being 3-0 down to Graham Hall? He won 4-3.
125.
We said at the time, when that game was put in the bank, that was a big moment for him.
Huge.
55.
I think if he loses that game, I think there was an aura of acceptance into maybe not qualifying for Champions Night for young Nathan Potter. But the way he fired
100.
himself back into the match, getting that win, maybe could be the turning point.
So where's the turning point for Chaz Barstow? It might come in this game. Maybe not this leg.
Still plenty to work with.
78. Chaz 105.
Went low, and Barstow looking at tops, but
65.
it was half-hearted a little bit in the end, and Potter back for 2 9s. That looks awkward.
Oh, double awkward.
No score. Chaz 40.
That's why he should hit double 9, because if he misses it outside, he's basically not going to hit it.
Game show the
He's not
first
going to
leg.
hit it if he hits the single 9 either. So avoid double 9 at all costs.
Second leg,
That's a
Nathan
bit of
to
free
throw
advice
first.
there
Game on.
for Nathan Potter.
Well, you asked where the turning point was for Barstow.
100.
That could be it. He had no right, really, to win that leg, but win it he did.
Let's not forget the sacrifice that
85.
Chaz has made for this week. He was selected for his country. Could be playing this weekend in an England shirt.
43.
But he would rather be here because this title has eluded him. In fact, the Champions Night has eluded him so far.
140.
And for that reason, he might be more motivated than ever because look what I've sacrificed to be here.
100.
Yeah, both these players turning down opportunities elsewhere this week. Potter could have been playing on the Pro Tour
100.
earlier on this week, along with Derek Coulson, both preferring to play here instead.
What was the biggest story from the Pro Tour this week? Was it Wessel Nyman winning
45.
again? Was it Chris Dobie winning again? Or is it Bo Greaves making 2 quarterfinals?
I'd argue it was Scott Waits.
81.
Good point. Doesn't even have a tour card.
$100. Chaz 95.
Barstow to double up. Double 19.
76.
Always the risk.
113.
Interesting. Very interesting.
77. Chelsea car 19.
Well, it's very rare he switches, but when Potter does, he does enjoy a treble 17.
Getting shown in the second leg.
Barstow is going to make him pay.
Sounds
like
like
Chelsea
something
through
he should have on the
first.
back of his
Game
dart
on.
shirt. Although he's not the purveyor of a personalised dart shirt. He's just one that puts on a darts polo and gets on with the job. But I can imagine him having something on the back.
97.
The Prince. Chaz Barstow will make you pay. He's like a darting tax man.
140. $96.
Dare I suggest Barstow is somewhat mainly enlarged to the way he started with back-to-back defeats, but now going
60.
under the radar a little bit. I mean, the radar is blown up anyway because Steve Green is 4 wins out of 4 at the top of the table.
126.
Chaz is one of those players who didn't win every game on his Saturday night when he was successful. He beat Neil Wild, who had a bit of a wild ride
60.
in week number 10. But he would lose to Jamie Atkins before making the semi-finals. He'd beat Brian Roman. And then the Owl,
121.
Richie Howson, in the final. And for a third weekly title as well.
140.
Joining a
Chelsea car
very nice
61.
group of players on that number.
Getting shown the
This
third leg.
is
Chaz
really
Barstow.
good from Chaz Barstow. And once again,
Fourth leg Nathan to throw
Nathan
first.
Potter will be
Game on.
feeling as though everything is being hit against him.
That's somewhat good timing, isn't it? We're talking about his third weekly title. He's now
100.
got 3 legs without reply. He's on 3 with Graham Usher, Matt Clark, Reece
134.
Robinson, who lost in a final in this series to Scott Taylor. What do they all have in common?
60.
Take Chaz out of it because he's still ... playing this week.
58.
The other 3 have all made Champions Night. He hasn't. Clark has made the final in Series 2. Usher has made the final
26.
in Series 1. Robinson has been deep, but not to a final.
59.
He would drastically, if he were to win the title this week, climb the all-time rankings. Because let's face it, with social media these days, everything's ranked.
180.
We could even rank Chaz Barstow this week, and we don't have rankings.
45. Nathan car
Well,
135.
Potter found himself 3-0 down in his previous match and managed to rescue the
59.
situation. He has to do the same this time around.
He's leaving himself with too much to do. I don't think he's necessarily getting bad starts.
65. Nathan car 76.
Yeah, it's certainly not a sustainable practice,
Getting shown the fourth
but
leg.
he's
Nathan Potter.
keeping himself alive.
It's like playing darts
Fifth
on a
leg
cliff
chance to
edge.
throw first. Game on.
Some people can do it, some people can't. And obviously, he's a cliffhanger. If I'm not mistaken as well, I do believe that
140.
on one of our graphics earlier in the week, it said that Potter is now living in Wyndham.
60.
I thought he was from Beccles. Wyndham is the hometown of James Hubbard and Vic Hubbard, former England international, of course, back in the 1980s.
100.
Yeah, we're mentioning darting pedigree in the
100.
northwest. There's some serious darting pedigree around that neck of the woods as well.
If you were to encompass Essex, Suffolk,
91.
Norfolk, and maybe Cambridgeshire as well, you've got one heck of a hotbed. from the
100.
extremes of those
Jazuka,
counties. We're
170.
talking about 90 minutes.
Well, Potter really up against it now as Barstow
80.
sets it up to come back for the match.
If you were in this position, what would you do?
81.
Potter
Jazuka,
does leave
90.
a finish. So does that change the mind of Chaz?
Well, what a dart that is. Decent guy to work
Each
with,
on
and
the
it's
match,
worked
Chaz
an
Barstow.
absolute treat. And Chaz Barstow now makes his move up the Group C table. He's got 2 wins now, the same as Nathan Potter. Yet that was Barstow's weakest average of the day so far. It's proven to be a very, very profitable one.
A stacked Week 3 lineup saw the debut of Steve Lennon, a man tipped to win the series, and Poland's Radek Saganski, a title winner on the PDC circuit. But it was Liverpool's Patrick Williams who stole the limelight in Group A, with a running average just shy of 90, en route to sealing his passage to finals night. A disappointing Group A campaign for Archie Self didn't throw him off stride, as he found his form in Group C, qualifying with little stress. But it was Lewis Gurney who won Group C. He beat Archie Self in the last game to secure top spot and secure it in style. Elsewhere, Paul Hogan showed moments of excellence in qualifying through Group B. He beat Steve Lennon in a shootout match, with Lennon's Saturday night absence a surprise. The experience of Carl Wilson saw him take second spot as he qualified for his 5th weekly final, and Radek Saganski on debut topped Group B to complete the finals night lineup. And it was a successful Super Series Saturday for Saganski, who got over the line, keeping up the streak of first-time weekly winners. He beat Carl Wilson by 4 legs to 2, becoming only the 2nd Polish Champions Week qualifier.
Well, there is a reminder of just how dangerous Radek Zaganski very much is. He's back on the stage to take on Scott Taylor. Both of these with work to do, but everyone is just carrying on and taking points off one another. Scott Taylor in jovial spirits. He's relaxed a little bit since his previous match where he just wanted to look as though he wanted to belt the board. Zaganski, pretty cool customer in his own right. And Chaz Barstow has just accelerated himself up the table as if from nowhere, really. Can one of these two
First leg,
do
Radek
the same?
First. Game on.
I can't see Scott Taylor being one that will master the practice of Zen. But he's a lot calmer, as you say, than he was a few moments before. And he's going to have to keep his cool here against a very cool customer in Radek Saganski. And all of a sudden, this has become a big game for the pair. The winner moves on to 4 points. They keep themselves amongst that gaggle of players chasing what looks like now is second spot from Steve Green at the top of the pile. The loser will find themselves a few points adrift going into the final round's worth of play, where Chaz Barstow takes on Graham Hall. Scott Taylor finishes up against Steve Green. Right, Radek takes on Nathan Potter. So good end to the day. Could well see them in amongst the top two. A poor end to the day could see their chances of making it through the Champions Night possibly fall by the wayside with a day to spare.
It's just an absolute dream scenario for Steve Green. I mean, if he can get another win, which will be against Scott Taylor, his final match, the penultimate match of this afternoon's play.
125.
Given, as we've explained, with players taking points off one another, he might well come into the building tomorrow only needing, what, one more win
60
for qualification.
And I can tell you now, it would have been way beyond his wildest dreams that he would have thought that he'd be in a position like this.
140. $100.
Only
Shot the car,
takes for
72.
another player just to put a couple of wins together, just like Chaz Barstow has done, to really put themselves
32.
firmly in the
Radek
picture.
the car, 86.
And this is the thing with Champions Week. You are never safe at any point. 74 left for Zaganski, so should look at the 14s. Unable to get, and so Taylor's going to get
54.
tops to
Shot the car, 40.
get an opening leg break.
Good guide.
20.
Couldn't
Radek the car,
utilise it.
32.
And he knows that's a gilt-edged chance to break the Zaganski throw. Double 8. For the pole to hang on and hold on to his throw just about in leg one.
Yeah, he's not going to miss that area of the board.
Second
he
leg
loves
shot
it
to the
dearly.
first. Game on.
Eat and drink for the Irish-based Polska data.
$100.
The aggression has returned.
Yes. Not quite sure that's a positive thing, mind.
100.
Well, it normally is, given the way Scott Taylor plays.
44.
And it's not a ploy to intimidate his opponent or anything like that. He just needs it for his own game, as we've already discussed. In that players' room out the back, he will be the life and soul of the party.
However, I'm sure he wants to take that dartboard outside and have a fair few words with it. Might come back bloody-handed as a result of it.
93.
There's sharp wires on the Winmore Blade 6 triple court.
60.
Yeah, it wouldn't be the best idea to go full Colin Lloyd.
Yeah, as he found out to his detriment against Andre Velga back in 2011. As Taylor pausing him back. Now that is how you use your aggression to the best of your ability.
134. Scott Lucat,
Nice
84.
reply from Zaganski. Double six. Beautiful riposte then again from Taylor. Stares down the target.
Vivian Radix is through first. Game on.
Which he just hit.
Even when he's hitting, he's not happy.
40.
And now he's been gifted an opportunity to break the Zaganski throw. A couple of big trebles here, and he is really in business.
And that's what Scott Taylor is absolute best does. Sees a weakness in an opponent and then seizes upon it.
123.
And he's got a real crack here to attack the Saganski throw.
$140. $60.
And yet Zaganski can't find a treble. Taylor really making the most of this opening.
Yeah, on a 2-darter after 9, and Saganski's in a world of trouble here
60.
all of a sudden.
Scott Lucat, 87.
Taylor's just beginning to find one of those purple patches that we know he's oh so capable of. That's in the treble, that's in the tops, and that's a 2-1 lead for Scott Taylor. And that is how quickly he can go from 0 to 60.
Fourth leg Scott to throw first. Game on.
There is still a potential scenario here that we end today with the two
95.
outsiders of the group, first and second, in the table. Just goes to
100.
show how hard fought and how tightly knit we thought this Group C was going to be. And other
100.
than green at the top of the table, that is exactly what it's proving to be.
So the two players at the bottom of the betting are the top two, and then they fancy the player who finished bottom of Group A at the top of the betting. Other than that, they've got it absolutely spot on, the bookies.
They got Group A right in the end, I suppose.
Yeah, but I could
99.
have predicted that Derek Coulson was going to win that group. We don't know how bad a tipster I am.
140.
Well, Zaganski is just about nipped in to get first dibs on a finish.
99.
It is a biggie.
161.
Taylor now eyes his chance.
41.
108 away
Scott
from a
Lucat,
3-1 lead.
108.
And you'd fancy him to have a dart to the double off the back of this at least. He needs to find the treble with dart 2, gets the treble with dart 2. Double 14,
80.
got that dart at a double, was unable to
120.
convert.
Zaganski not hanging around. He was ready, waiting to pounce.
80. Scott Lucat,
Again,
28.
misses his chance, his shot at a double.
So 2 14s.
Game
3-1
on the
Scott
fourth leg,
Taylor.
Scott
He's really
Taylor.
beginning to turn the screw. 1 away. And he still stares that ball down.
Fifth leg Radix to throw first. Game on.
It's almost as if he's taken personal umbrage against it.
Good job he's not the last game on this afternoon. We might not get him
81.
away from it.
I get the sense after this he could do with a good rage room.
57. $60.
Frustrating for Zaganski. He's just been blowing a little too much hot and cold. He's searching for a bit of
68.
consistency.
Well, that's the closest we've got to a punch, and I think one of the flies got swatted in the process as well.
140.
Put it this way, I wouldn't be buying a Scott Taylor Book of Calm and Serenity for Christmas.
97.
Not sure his meditation tracks will do wonders for one's well-being.
Not sure who on earth would publish that in the first place.
A commission's a commission. He might be commissioning a sick leg here.
100. Right at the cat 80.
It's looking that way. Zaganski with Taylor not on a finish.
48.
Can treat himself to go his more preferred, if unorthodox, route there to set up his favourite double.
54. Right at the car 32.
To force Taylor to serve it out. Traverses across the board. And now that's awkward.
No score.
And he gets further away, if anything.
125.
So, Taylor just assessing his options ahead of this 1-2-5. Didn't entertain the bull route. He found the wrong treble for his measure.
117. Right at your car 32.
Well, he needs himself on a double just in case to win the match. Is he going to get a look at 2-4s? He is going to get a look at 2-4s to win the match 4-1.
Well, who'd have thought Zaganski would miss on that area of the board? Taylor, 2-2s, come on, he says. He's up in the madhouse and out of it straight away. And Scott Taylor now makes his move for a potential charge up the Group C table. He defeats Radek Zaganski fairly comprehensively in the end. Zaganski's still searching for a bit of consistency. It was a below par performance from him. Scott Taylor just about into the 90s. Taylor making a move. Steve Green looking to slip the field in Group C. He is still unbeaten. That 4-1 win over Graham Hall was mightily impressive, and the players are queuing up behind Green. Chaz Barstow making his move with a 4-1 win over Nathan Potter, and could Scott Taylor now do the same? The same scoreline, this time over Radek Zaganski. As we head into our final round of fixtures of day one in Group C, it's just a dream scenario for Steve Green. 4 wins out of 4, and everyone else is taking points off one another. Taylor, Barstow, Potter on 4 points. Hall and Zaganski still not out of it by any stretch of the imagination on 2 points apiece. So, to kickstart our final round of fixtures, can Chaz Barstow maintain his impressive form this afternoon? He's up against Graham Hall. The possibilities in this group remain almost endless. Back to the commentary box with Paul Nicholson and Henry Deacon.
Yeah, cheers, Sam. And so, final opportunity for somebody to make their mark on the opening day of Group C here.
Game on.
At Champions Week 13. For Chaz Barstow and Graham Hall, an opportunity to lead their own imprint. If Chaz can win this, he ends the day on 6 points, very much in the qualification mix. For Graham Hall, you get the sense that this is must-win, bottom of the pile, and I don't think anybody expected that when he beat Radek Saganski by 4 legs to 2 in his opening game. It was a decent performance, average of 93.5, 4 from 8 in terms of doubling. We thought maybe that was going to be the lightning of the blue touch paper for him. But since then, he's surrendered a 3-0 lead to Nathan Potter to lose 4-3. And
125.
then beaten rather comprehensively 4-1 by Graham Hall in his, by Steve Green, shall I say, Graham Hall in his previous game.
140.
I'm struggling to say that Chaz has been in contention for qualifying for a Champions Night before, because in his previous 2 Group C campaigns in Champions Week, he was cut adrift pretty quickly. But if he can win this game, he will accomplish 2 things. 1, he will take second position, admittedly before Taylor plays, and before Nathan Potter plays.
83.
But he would get his first win against Graham Hall this week, and historically, he has not got a good record against him at all.
140.
Maybe breaking this little hoodoo against Graham could open up something new.
Yeah, 5th and 4th, respectively, in his previous Group C attempts at a Super Series Champions Week.
43. Chazukar, 63.
A nice early chance where he can take the lead. Now it's a question of keeping it.
And there's one thing we know about Chaz. He's a very good front runner. So once he gets his nose in front, it's very, very hard to try and dislodge him.
Yeah, it's not gone well against Graham this week. He's lost
100.
4-1 twice and 4-2 yesterday. Time to turn the tables, I think.
96.
Well, he certainly turned the tables, Chaz, in terms of his league position. It was only a few games ago we were looking at him and languished at the bottom, and now finding himself in second position
89.
and possibly come the end of play on Thursday, the closest challenger to Steve Green at the top.
Can you imagine if
99.
Barstow were to play on Saturday night? If he has enough followers who manage to get tickets, it's not a question of making Saturday and saying, oh, who wants to come? Sorry, it's already sold out. If, however, after week 10, his following snagged a few,
171.
This could be really good fun.
Well, it's going to be loud in here on Saturday night, come what may, as Barstow piled in a perfect turn there to really pile it on
85.
Graham.
Chazukar, 135.
And so this for 2-zip. Trouble 20 for the Bull. But the bullseye's rather obscure. This will be some dart if he finds a way through here.
105.
That's a difficult shot.
Graham Yukar, 87. Chazukar, 30. Chazukar, 30.
And the problem Graham's had today is he's had opportunities like that he just hasn't been able to take. Plus, has to find a way over the top. Oh. Well, how does he find this? Well, he
15.
almost found it from a nigh on
Yellow
impossible
card, 8.
angle. Graham Hall's been given one heck of a reprieve here.
Absolutely right. Double 2.
4. Chazuka 15.
At least this time he can leave himself on an even number double. But which one? Double 6.
Trapdoor
Game
opened.
shot on the second leg.
And Barstow
Barstow
breaks. It was a bit smelly, but Barstow eventually comes up
Third
roses.
chance to throw first. Game on.
Apparently that was the first sentence of Captain Cook when he landed in Australia, you know, when he got off the boat. He said,
100.
oh, this isn't very good, is it? That was pretty barren.
I hate to think what you'd make of Portsmouth then.
85.
You don't have bag this town for a place that you live in and love.
You live in Portsmouth long enough, you'll know that we will slag it off as
137.
much as you want, but if any outsider does, then we are coming for you.
We don't mind Portsmouth. It's the epicenter of the
45.
amateur game these days.
The Cathedral of World Darts, according to one of the podcasts.
44.
If Graham walks away from the day with 2 points, he's going to be feeling very empty.
95.
He had recovery time in Group A. It didn't go well on Monday. It got better. He's got less time to
140.
recover in this group. And based on what we said this morning, if you don't get 12 points in this group,
54.
you do not
Jessica,
make
80.
Champions Night, which means if Hall loses this game, he has to win everything tomorrow. It's simple.
60.
Constantly a visit behind in legs, Graham Hall.
100.
Which has
Chaz
given
O'Connor,
Barstow
20.
time and space. His doubling hasn't been great in this game,
Game
but
shot
it's
on the
been
third
good
leg.
enough.
Chaz Barstow.
And he's 3-0 to the good as a result.
Fourth leg Graham to throw first. Game on.
If your opponent struggles, you have got to take advantage of it because in a group like this, it won't happen very often.
123.
As Graham Hall found himself victor, maybe being punched one too many times.
I just question, Henry, whether
119.
that game with Nathan Potter has had a lasting effect. 3-0 up, losing 4-3. It can have a strange effect on a player.
And it was at the point of the day where you
43.
felt like it was a bit of a crossroads to the pair. They'd won one, lost one. For Nathan, it's given him a bit of a G up. For Graham, it's led to a complete capitulation. It's seen it to the bottom of the group. As for Chaz Barstow, we were worrying about him halfway through the day. 2 defeats and 2. But he's now 202 points away from winning his last 3, moving himself on to 6 points, and putting himself into second position. Remember, the top 2 progress through to Champions Night on Saturday evening.
Now, all of a sudden, 62 points away from making sure that 3 defeats to Hall mean nothing anymore.
Jessica 62.
Potential 11 darter to wrap it up.
Game shot on
Chaz
the match.
Barstow has won his last 3 games to move into second position in Group C. The start was far from desired, but once he settled in, boy, did he provide some of the big haymaker blows that we know he's so capable of. Not his best performance, but it was enough there to beat Graham Hall, who looked rather beleaguered there by 4 legs to 0. 2 more games to come then on this Thursday afternoon. Nathan Potter and Saganski will close the show, but after the break, it's Scott Taylor against Steve Green.
Steve Green has the chance now to complete a dream day. On the opening day of Group C in this Champions Week at the Modus Super Series, he's currently 4 wins out of 4 and now faces his old adversary, the Series 6 champion Scott Taylor. These two faced each other in the final of a local knockout last night. Scott Taylor coming out on top. Steve Green has been in great nick today and has made this really trappy, tricky Group C
First leg, Scott
relatively serene.
Game on.
Yes, but things are about to get bumpy as he takes on someone that he does know very well from yesterday. And he will know Scott pretty well from his area because they are both from a residency point of view, living in the northwest of England around Manchester. And if you live within 15, 20 miles of Manchester, you're going to run into a lot of dart players a lot of times throughout the year.
$58.
Taylor looking to just keep tabs now with Bartow, who, as things stand at least, is best of the rest. All behind this man, who isn't slowing down.
There have been times when we've had Steve Green here.
134.
And he's been so dependable. You think about his debut campaign. He won Group A. He won all of his games on Tuesday, all of his games on Wednesday. This is not necessarily out of character. However, on those days that I've just mentioned, people faltered against him and he took advantage when he was having a perceived slow start. There's been nothing slow about today. It's all been good stuff.
No, there's only sort of one minor quibble thus far against Radek Zaganski, where Radek missed against him. Steve took full advantage.
36. Steve Dakar, 24.
Is there any part of the dartboard that is a weakness for this man today?
Apparently not. Leg, Steve Green.
He looks absolutely bulletproof.
Second leg, Steve to throw first. Game on.
I don't know what it is about Wales. They've got so many levels of dart players. They've got your world-class guys like Price and Clayton. Then you've got another level of
60.
Good pros. Then you've got some excitable amateurs. Then you've got another layer. People like Steve Green, people you've never heard of until recently, and hang on,
80.
They're really good too. And I'm sure they've got a bunch of youngsters waiting in the wings to surprise us in the next few seasons.
You can count on it. And you can count on Steve Green
140.
treating us to tungsten displays of, let's face it, magnificence. He has been a cut above so far today.
Yes, he has been. And if I may say so, Sam, you look at where he's originally from, Anglesey. Not exactly noted for darts, is it? It's more
100.
Noted for military stuff and being a gateway to Ireland. I do believe Anglesey is where our future king in this country trained to fly helicopters. Sea Kings, I believe. It's a great part of Wales.
41.
Really great people. If you're talking about North Walians, in darts history, it's all been about Mike Warburton, Martin Phillips, Mark Webster.
137.
Well, today has been all about Steve Green.
180.
That dirty look, you just knew it was going to be a maximum. Nevertheless, Green Plenty ahead before then. Single for double.
38. Scott Car 100.
Watch out, 100. Scott Taylor's coming for you.
Well, that maximum has dragged himself back into contention. Top stops
60.
won't go, only one of them
Stevie Car
found, and
40.
now Green looking at the same target.
There he is again. 2-0 up. 2 legs away from a perfect day.
Third leg, Scott to throw first. Game
By the
on.
way, I've got a really good idea for some office merch. Get yourself a lunchbox or a coffee mug with Scott Taylor's face on it, and nobody's going to steal it.
125.
Because you'll be too scared.
Coming to a superstore near you very soon.
134.
This is different gravy from Steve Green. We're running out of superlatives.
100.
Is that his new nickname, Different Gravy? It's unique.
Don't really like the thought of green gravy.
60.
There is such a thing. It's called parsley sauce. You have it with pie and mash in East London. It's very traditional.
135.
They call it liquor.
With your accent, how do you know about East London?
Don't want to know.
Cracking find again from
140.
Green. It's
He's got
got
a
himself down
141.
to a finish when it was looking unlikely. Taylor can't believe that first dart.
83.
He can't believe the last one.
67.
The words going through Scott Taylor's mind. Don't you dare. Dare he doesn't. Well, Taylor did have
93.
a
He's
shot
got
of
a car
tops in a
58.
previous leg. This time, just the one. And interestingly,
third
when he
leg,
went
Scott
tops,
Taylor.
that's how he missed it the first time. But he hit it
Fourth leg,
in a
Steve to
different
throw
portion
first.
this time
Game
to
on.
make it 2-1.
Yeah, slammed into the top corner to get off the mark. It was only a hold of throw.
100.
Green, despite the relatively narrow scoreline, is still pretty comfortable, and God help that fly if Taylor connects.
He's going to be like General Zod on that stage. All he's got to do is look at the fly and it's gone. Yeah, the fly goes, but oh, sorry.
95.
You're Scott on you. I think I'll leave.
He was eyeing it up. He was actively looking for it then on walking back.
30.
He's only got himself to blame there. He shouldn't really be staying up top when you've got those two blockers on the 60.
Well, chances against Green today have been few and far between.
99.
Do you think this is going to be the normal shirt that he wears all the time, or has he got different colours? Is he going to be like Peter Jakes, who has
100.
8 different coloured dart shirts? Scott Taylor's got 3, I think, at least. Or is that the one? And he's just got a few of them.
41.
We'll find out tomorrow, I guess.
Yes, we will. We will be live on Pluto TV, 1 p.m. local time once again. We hope you can join us, because the end of this is going to be fun.
Of course, before then, still plenty more live darts coming your way this evening.
140.
10 o'clock UK time for the opening session of Group B.
And come Saturday night, it could be a battle of the game faces. Could be Taylor versus Drayton.
125. Stevie Car
Who's got the meaner
131.
look?
Finds Travel 17 was going tops to round off the job. but
91. Scott Car
has given Taylor an opportunity, but It's an outside one.
63.
Almost left tops.
See the car, 40.
Green has left tops. A rather safe effort at 2 double tops previously. This one's got to slide by. Just like
Gains on the
that.
fourth leg,
3-1
Green.
lead. 1 leg away from 10 points.
Fifth leg, Scott to through first. Game on.
And if our calculations are correct, based on history, he wins this game, he wins 2 tomorrow, he's going to be there.
Well, I was saying with Henry earlier,
100.
given the way that everyone else has been taking points off one another, he might only need 1. 2 would make sure of it.
43.
The amount of times I've looked at his numbers today and he's been averaging 95. It's at least
140.
8 to 10 times. Brilliant consistency. And it's nice to see somebody playing better in Champions Week than they did when they were winning their week.
60. $55.
Trying to set up another 170. Is it inevitable he's going to get one at some point?
Well, time might be running out for Taylor in this match at least.
180. $96.
That is his 10th 180 of the day. Considering how good the players were on Monday, nobody had 10.
46.
So in that
Shot the car,
department, he's better than
110.
everybody who played in Group A on Monday. At least.
74.
Taylor wanted it, but he has to wait for it. On the rare occasion that Green is lagging behind in a leg of darts this afternoon.
92.
Yeah, but he's
Got the car,
poised
36.
if there's a mistake.
Gain
Well
shot
done.
of fifth
That's a
leg,
really
Scott
good
Taylor.
shot. He's still trying to pick a fight with the Seisel.
Sixth leg, Steve to throw first. Game on.
Well, it kind of makes sense. You know what they say about darts. It's you against the board. But not in a fight.
29.
Now then. Taylor. With a couple of big trebles. Has to switch to find them though.
57.
Can't punish Green. And despite it being the early stages of a leg, that's still a bit of a let-off.
$45.
Still got a chance to get a nice lead against the darts. He's not doing it.
41.
It's not happening. There's tension on the stage. And there's disappointment as well. You sense that he's had his
140.
chance. And now he's got to follow and hope that there's more mistakes from the Welshman.
Yeah, just that little bit of quality. And that just compounds the misery for Taylor.
The flight came out of the dart before it got to the board. That was not a bounce out. That one came apart in the air. And he hasn't changed the stem. Usually when that happens,
99.
it is a stem problem.
He does just check. So I'm look down there and just fidget a little. Just to check the flight and stem are all in order.
41. 54.
Okay, that's interesting. On that double switch, he's gone for 16s. I want to know why.
100. Steve the car 134.
That wasn't smart.
Well, I was just hoping he'd take that out to completely stitch you up like a kipper.
I am no kipper.
94. Scott the car
But the 16s there were the right play.
Yeah. Green now. Waiting almost in expectation. Taylor. Almost an act of
100.
defiance, but
Steve the car 40.
was in temptation, succumbed to it with the lie in that treble 20. And now for a perfect day, Steve Green needs double 5, and it is a day of perfection for Steve Green. He has made this terrifyingly difficult looking Group C look simple. 5 wins out of 5, and he, despite there being a full day's play left to go, is almost into Champions Night. He gets a 4-2 win over Scott Taylor. Again, his average is into the 90s. What a day for Steve Green. Welcome back to Champions Week here at the Modus Super Series, the opening day of Group C. And what a day for this man here, Steve Green. Steve, wow. I mean, that could not have gone any better for you.
Not at all. Coming down here and seeing the group when it finally got confirmed, and I was like, if I get a win, it's a bonus. And, you know, the quality that's in this group, it's phenomenal. So to do what I've done, yeah, it's a dream.
I met you for the first time last night,
Yeah.
weirdly enough. And I've got to say, when we had a little chat, I was really, not taken aback, but sort of impressed with your sort of attitude and how you're approaching these next couple to 3 days, really. You're taking this experience for what it is, and there's a sort of relaxed yet determined look about you.
Yeah, I mean, every time I've come down, I've spoken to Paul, and, you know, when it comes to it, I don't have any expectations about how the days are going to go here, because the quality that we've got in the groups, it's, yeah, I you know, it's so hard to explain that I come in, I just play my game. I'm a happy-go-lucky guy. If I win, I win. If I lose, you won't see anybody different. It's taken a long time to get there, but I've just learned to enjoy the experiences that I'm getting now.
In a group like that, though, with fierce competition, fierce not just with Scott Taylor, but fierce competition throughout the group as a whole. I mean, we didn't think anyone would run through the card at all this week, and yet it's happened twice. You today, that's got to be very, very satisfying.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I've known Scott for many years, playing up in the Northwest against him and stuff like that, and to come away knowing that I've got a decent win against him today. Nathan, Chaz, Graham again, Radek. These guys have got serious quality, and to know that I've been able to match and beat them, it's just been brilliant.
Take a look at this table. There you are, top of the tree, a perfect 10 points. And throughout the day, all of your rivals in that group have been sort of taking points off one another, just to add another layer onto just how great today has been for you. I mean, Chaz Bartow just emerging from the pack. Potter and Zaganski still to play one another. Potter could go to 6 points, but you're not there yet. But my word, you put yourself in a great position going into tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's to come away running the card and getting maximum points today is brilliant. It's suppose trying to make tomorrow as easy as possible, but tomorrow's a new day. Everyone's going to be fresh. They're going to be different to today. I'm just going to have to take it one game at a time, leg by leg, dart by dart, and hope, let's see what happens.
Steve, very well played. I mean, congratulations. That is a day to remember in anyone's book. One more live match to bring you in this session, and it's Radek Zaganski against Nathan Potter. Let's head back to the commentary box with Paul Nicholson and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Sam, and thank you very much, Steve. And a superb, perfect first day for him in Group C, having amassed 5 wins out of 5. Before we get this last one underway, Radek Saganski against Nathan Potter, Nick, I just want to get your thoughts on what you heard there from Steve in that interview just now.
Typical Steve interview, isn't it? It's the kind of interview you really want to hear from someone. You don't want them to be above their station. He's so humble, and he gets it, because it's only 50% of the way through the group, and he knows he's not there, but this is a day
45.
to somewhat celebrate. A great day's work, but the job's not done. A bit like we're building a brick wall.
42.
Perfectly done, halfway. Still got a lot of work to do, though.
It's always nice when the builders turn up. But that's a different story for a different day as Potter and Saganski go head-to-head. In our final match of the afternoon, we are back tonight from 10. As Group B gets underway, we're going to see Neil Duff,
59.
Keanu Van Velzen and Jamai van den Herik for the first time this week. They're going to be joined by Simon Stevenson and Jack Drayton in action later on.
41.
As nighttime dance takes over Portsmouth. Who's going to end their day shift? The bear with the two here as the
One of them,
Paul
40.
Zaganski and Nathan Potter go head-to-head.
This is a bigger game for Saganski. If he wins, he goes to 4 points
45.
with Taylor and Potter. But if Potter wins, he goes to 6 points with Barstow
60.
and creates a 4-point cushion between himself and Saganski and Hall in the bottom two, which means that those two are cut adrift.
60.
It's not about position anymore like it was in Group A. We talk a lot about getting into Group B.
78.
Are you going into Group C? It's really different when you come to Thursdays and Fridays in the afternoon, and especially when it comes to tonight as well. It's how far are you away from the spots that get you through? How far are you away from second?
60. Right out your
It's
card,
not
Wigan,
really about winning the
22.
group. It might be for green, but it's about how far are you away from second? How far are you away from the bull as well?
97.
Just
Nathan
wide
Calvert,
of the
50.
mark. Now, Nathan's not going to go for 3 of them here. Or does he? He had a little glint in his eye, but then decides to persevere with pragmatism.
57. Right out your card, 25.
Zaganski here for an opening break. 2 in hand, a double 8.
Getting shown the first
Double 8
leg,
found.
Radek Zaganski.
The pole gets a break and he vaults himself into a 1-0 lead.
He's looking
Second leg, Radek,
fairly
you throw
relaxed in
first.
this spot, isn't he?
Game on.
If I were in his shoes, I wouldn't be feeling relaxed. If I'd averaged just under 80 and had 1 out of 9 in the doubles in my previous game, I'd be feeling a bit under
140.
pressure.
Is this where reverse psychology could really come into play, where you say, do you know what, today's not going to plan, go out there, enjoy myself, almost play with a bit of a free
60.
roll. I've worked hard to get myself in a position to play at a Champions Week. Make sure I enjoy the chance of playing it. And if he wins it, of course, he's back in
100.
contention.
Well, a lot of people, when, especially Radek won week 3, people thought it was just a matter of time before he made his way through to the Polish Darts Open via the Home Nation qualifier. He lost in the first round.
95.
But then again, he had a horrible draw.
100.
He spent the whole weekend in Krakow supporting his friends, the Poles and the Irish boys. I think he still had a good time, but he would have preferred it to be on the stage in
100.
Krakow.
Right out your card,
Yeah, I can
Wigan,
imagine that'd be some
61.
kind of party.
I think it's going to be a while before we utter
60.
the phrase, ain't no party like a Saganski party. But it's way more possible
60.
if he wins
Right out
this
your
game.
card,
And in
101.
particular, if he wins this game and their reverse fixture tomorrow afternoon.
85.
It's going his way so far. Potter is coming up potless.
He mentions no party like his Saganski party. Well, he's hoping to be a new radical this
60.
week.
Right out your
And
card,
remember,
16.
you only get what you give, and he's given as good as he can get here, Saganski.
No score.
Unable to find the
Nathan
double 8. It's
Calvert,
opened up the door here for
26.
Potter. 1 treble for a poke at the bull. But not that one. 98 left. Will leave himself on
88.
something if he
Right out your
comes
card,
back.
16.
He's got to stop missing.
Getting shown on the
Very
second
well
leg,
done.
Radek
2-0 lead
Zaganski.
for the Pole.
Third
Not
leg,
the
Nathan
first
to throw
Polish player
first.
through to
Game
Champions
on.
League. Sebastian Białecki has made it before and did make it to Champions Night. One of the only people in Modus Super Series history
100.
to finish in 6th position in Group A on a Champions Week and then progress through Group C.
Not just that, hit a 9 darter at said Champions Week against Anton Ursland. And Anton, I think, enjoyed it rather more than Sebastian did.
Yeah, it was a really interesting game.
41.
Because the 9 darter was hit with the last leg of the afternoon. That's the ideal time to hit a 9 darter. Ask Adam Mould, he did that as well.
81.
Yeah, you ran up to the balcony to speak to Chris Murphy, and all of a sudden there's a 9 dart leg.
60.
Although we've rather upgraded to a lovely studio set from those balcony days,
100.
as our mate Mace would used to say. Hope you're well, pal, if you're watching.
60. $100.
This is steady from Radek.
60.
Problem here
Right at the car,
is that Potter is
120.
not getting shots at double, and he's not averaging well. His confidence must be close to the
56.
floor at the minute. But the weird thing is, he's won more games today than Saganski has. Maybe he's starting to flag after playing 4 days. He didn't have to do that
44.
earlier in the series because he won Group A.
Right at your car, 64.
Nathan Potter looks like a pierced bouncy castle right now, slowly but surely deflating. Double 16 for 3-0.
48.
Not this
Nathan
time.
car, 136.
But you feel like Potter needs a spark. He's not going to find it with the 136.
96. Right at your car, 16.
That is
Games
the
on the third
10th
leg,
dart
Radek
at double
Zaganski.
that Saganski's had, and Potter's had none. That's where this game is being won and
4-5
lost.
Radek to throw first. Game on.
It's almost as if this is like a football match between Ipswich Town.
Careful.
60.
Careful.
And a Polish team. I'll be careful then. And this entire game is being
114.
played in Nathan Potter's half.
Sounded like again that Ipswich Town played on Tuesday night.
Stop bragging.
140.
You're not safe yet.
60.
And neither are both of these players. Come what may, they've still got a lot of work to do.
100.
But if you're Chaz Barstow on 6 points and you've got both of these players in your rear view mirror, you're not going to relax.
100.
We haven't got room to relax. Saganski 6 darts here from 2-1 to get this wrapped up 4-0.
26.
However, that is a big slip. He's allowed Potter back in here to get a break back, to get some kind of foothold in the contest.
60.
Well, for me, Potter looks tired. Youth is no guarantee of energy.
He's never
57.
played
Nathan car,
more than 3 days before the
141.
Super Series week. He's never had to play the full 5.
Just from what we can see, I think he needs a really good night's sleep.
45. Right at your car,
Just got to try and leave it out there tomorrow, and I hope it's good enough, because it feels like today is going to come to an end. It will come to an end if Saganski can find double 19. It'll be Sunray to round it off.
80.
Not this
Nathan car,
time.
96.
Potter gets one last reprieve.
Does he get a dart at double? He doesn't.
56.
And he doesn't believe he's
Right
going to
at your
get
car,
one.
38.
Does he persevere or does he split? Decides to split.
6.
But unable
Nathan
to
car,
hit.
40.
3 for 13 on the doubles. Nathan Potter's going to
Games
get
on the
his
fourth
first
leg,
and
Nathan
take
Potter.
to keep himself in the contest. And that's a break back. If he can hold here, back to 3-2.
Fifth leg,
And all of
Nathan
a
to throw
sudden,
first. Game
it
on.
could well be game back on here.
Let's be frank. The third time today he's been 3-0 down.
140.
You can't let that happen if you're going to be successful here. Now, on one occasion, he did
60.
win 4 legs to 3 against Hall. So we'll give him that. But 3 times, 3-0 down in matches, it's not a good sign.
60.
Slow starts, costing him
60.
dearly. And it's the slow starts that could see the beginning of the end, even on Thursday for Nathan Potter in this Group C.
140.
If he were to lose this, he's not out of contention. Only a couple of points off Chaz Barstow. These two meet in the first game tomorrow, but
60. Nathan car,
he'd have a lot of work to
161.
do if he's going to make it through the Champions Night. Of that, there's no doubt. But hard work in this game to try and get back at Saganski, and you may well be able to do
45.
2/3 of that particular effort in a few moments' time.
There's an acronym that follows the sport of CrossFit.
100. Nathan car, 116.
HWPO. Hard work pays off. Let's see if that's true.
96.
All of a sudden, he's getting darts at double and Radek isn't.
And that's down to one thing. Nathan Potter's
100.
found
Nathan car,
more
20.
2 treble turns over the last couple of legs than he has done throughout the entirety of the match. 2 5s.
15.
Unable to get, and
Robert
that could be
Yakar,
curtains for Potter.
121.
That's the most tired dart I've seen from anybody today. Bull.
86.
Is that a match
Robert Yakar,
opportunity?
5.
Is this game changing face?
No score.
Well, that could
Robert
be
Yakar,
curtains.
35.
And Potter may well be heading off into the sunset, tails between his legs. Because
Game shown
Radek
the match,
Zaganski
Radek
seals a
Saganski.
4-1 win to round off his Thursday in Group C. Both players will have work to do on Friday. They're going to make it through to Champions Night. But for Radek Zaganski, it's a victory which puts him on to 4 points. And it is Steve Green and Chaz Barstow, the 2 players at the top of the Group C table come the end of day 1's play. Reaction and analysis to come from the Pluto TV studio on the other side of this short break.
At the halfway stage then of Group C, day 1 done and dusted, and the day belongs to Steve Green. A perfect day, 5 wins out of 5, compounded with a 4-2 success over Scott Taylor. The points are pretty well spread between those chasing, but Chaz Barstow late in the session has really elevated himself, and he's currently sat second overnight on 6 points. Taylor, Zaganski and Potter all just behind on 4. And Graham Hall, much like he did at the end of day 1 of Group A, finds himself with just 1 win. Welcome back in the studio. Paul Nicholson has rejoined me, and what else can you say? It's a perfect day for Steve Green.
I'm not even sure there was any part of him that was thinking this was possible. It was interesting to hear him say that he would have been happy with just getting a win. Somewhat understated is the talent of this guy. He didn't play anywhere near that well when he was winning week 1, but I think we're starting to figure out that he's a little bit better than we thought. And he came here with reputation from people in his area, but that's what happens with the ADC. You do things locally, people start saying, oh, this guy's great, he's going to do wonderful things. More often than not, they don't. But every now and again, we get someone like him who comes here without a reputation, without any sort of self-confidence that is exuding everywhere. And he goes out there and he does that. And he's up against a former series winner, a 3-time weekly winner in Chaz Barstow, and other young bucks. He was brilliant today.
With him, I'm coining the phrase relaxed determination, because his attitude is fantastic. He's very laid back. It's hard not to love the guy, to be honest, from my chat with him a few moments ago, but there's a fierce competitor in there.
Oh, there is, but he doesn't need the extra level of intensity that a Scott Taylor needs, or a Graham Hall, for example. He's someone who can get the best out of himself without squeezing too hard. Sometimes he just needs to go to the back of the stage, have a little word with himself internally, and move on. And he's a nightmare to play against, I've heard, because he gives you absolutely nothing. He has a little bit of a celebration every now and again, but it's muted.
And away from him, another layer to the brilliance of his day is that everyone else was taking points off one another. And it was only late when Chaz Barstow really started to find the form that was there throughout the day, but later on he was getting wins to go with it.
Yeah, I think he started averaging well. He was in the mid-90s, so it wasn't like he was playing poor darts. But by the middle round, he figured out how to get the points, and then he would not stop doing that for the rest of the day. I'm really happy for Chaz. He's a great guy. He's really level-headed, and he's always very friendly with people around this place and beyond. But this is the first time he's been in contention. In his previous 2 Champions Weeks, he's been in the bottom 3 of Group C, and you think he's not going to make it. This time, he definitely can.
Yeah, you were adamant he needed Group B all week. You were absolutely adamant, but...
I'd like to be wrong.
Yeah, exactly right. As you mentioned, been here plenty of times before, and it just goes to show that you only need to string a couple of good results together and you are bang there.
Yes, he's playing better this week than he has in his previous 2 Champions Weeks. Statistically, that's a fact. And you look at his aura as well, and you look at his demeanour on the stage. He looks relaxed. He doesn't look too disappointed if he gets that early loss. He's bouncing back brilliantly this week, and nothing signifies that more than his win over Graham Hall. Maybe he got Graham at the right time, but he can't beat him this week until today. And now those 3 defeats in Group A, they mean absolutely nothing.
So Barstow battle-hardened after Group A. Nathan Potter maybe battle-scarred after the same group.
Seems to be the case. Now, I speculated in commentary with Henry that he might be flagging, he might be really tired. These Challenge Tour winners this season, they've got a brutal schedule. Derek Coulson has got the benefit of 2 days off. Nathan Potter hasn't got that. He had to come back today and start again. And by the end, he was throwing darts that we don't associate with him. So I would hope for his sake that he gets a good night's sleep tonight and that maybe the battle scars will be slightly healed and he'll be more refreshed.
Former series champion Scott Taylor is giving Mervyn King a bit of a rivalry when it comes to memes over the course of this afternoon. How would you surmise his afternoon's work?
I would say that it's pretty good. He's in contention and he will like being in the middle of the pack because that means the aggressiveness is not going to go anywhere. He will need the intensity from the off tomorrow. And the first 3 darts of the day, he scored a maximum. And at that point, I thought, there's no way this guy is not prepped for this. There have been times over the last 6 to 12 months where I thought that Scott was undercooked. I don't think he is this week. And maybe today, that extra bit of sharpness that he can bring into day 2, watch out, everybody.
So let's take a look at the group breakdowns then as we head on into the opening session of Group B later on tonight. And if this afternoon wasn't enough. Take a look at that Group B lineup. Simon Stevenson, best of the rest from Group A, of course, ran through the card yesterday. He's back tonight alongside Jack Drayton. And then the newcomers, Jemai van den Herik, a winner just last week here, of course. Neil Duff, a 6-time weekly winner. And Keanu van Velzen aiming to emulate his brother Marvin by winning a series title. I mean, where do you even want to begin?
Well, there's a story everywhere you look, because Jemai winning from week 12, that has happened before because Scott Taylor did it in Series 6. You got Keanu, who not only is he a Van Velsen, and that name is on the trophy that's sitting in between us right now, Sam, he celebrated his birthday this week. It will be really interesting to see if he's competitive this week, because I think of everybody, I think he's the outsider. I'm going to say that on the record, because when he won his week in week 2, it was a shock. Now that he's here, let's see if he can back it up. And there are other stories as well, because I think Stevenson's going to make Saturday. I'm going to say 100% he's not going to fail.
Maybe setting yourself up to fail, but to be honest, I agree. Still plenty more to come on the Modus Super Series channel here on Pluto TV. Coming up after the break, it's a Champions Talk with none other than Marvin van Velsen, Keanu's older brother. I sat down with Marvin to look back at his success and where he went from there. Join us 10 o'clock tonight for that opening session of Group B, where we will see Keanu van Velzen back in action and Steve Green looking resplendent in some fine darting apparel. He returns tomorrow at 1 o'clock to maybe round off his Group C campaign with a flourish and probably book his spot into Champions Night, where we start at 7 o'clock Saturday night. Don't get caught out by that earlier start time. 7 o'clock live on Pluto TV before the third renewal of international pairs starting Monday at 9:30 a.m. A perfect day for Steve Green. Can he go on and see the job out tomorrow afternoon? Join us at 10 o'clock tonight for the opening session of a tantalising Group B. Join us at 10 and we'll see you there. Bye for now.
Steve Green!
Keanu van Velzen, Radek Saganski,
Jared Cooper!
Graham Hall, Scott Taylor, Neil Duff, Nathan Bartow,
Jack Drayton,
Chaz Barstow,
Simon Stevenson! Jemai van den Herik!
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receiving the trophy, £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andre And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is chucking